Several years ago, I took a trip to Wyoming. I initially considered the idea of relocating and settling down there. However, I soon realized that the cold weather was too much for me to handle. Regardless, before my departure, I found myself wandering along the roads in search of a warm place that was open 24 hours. As I strolled, a truck pulled up beside me, and two men kindly offered me a ride. Without hesitation, I accepted their offer. Unexpectedly, they informed me that they needed to attend to something quickly, but promised to return shortly. Trusting their words, I agreed to wait. The darkness fell and the temperature dropped. I decided to continue on foot as it became increasingly uncomfortable to remain there. After approximately 15 minutes, the men returned and pulled up beside me, urging me to get in the truck. As I turned to face them and prepare to step inside, they suddenly grabbed my shoulders and forcefully pulled me into the vehicle. A sense of panic washed over me, and an inner voice urged me to escape from the truck, as it was evidently unsafe. In that moment, I turned to the only thing I knew, prayer, and entrusted my safety to God. It was then that I heard a change in their plans. Instead of driving me to Walmart as originally intended, they revealed their intention to take me to their apartment. Remarkably, it was at this point that the voice seemed to take over, transforming my own voice into that of a deep and powerful man's. Stepping out of the truck, I bid the men farewell, expressing gratitude for the ride in a masculine tone. I spoke loudly, emitting a hearty laughter, and confidently walked away from them. The two men appeared hesitant to approach me. Once I had reached a safe distance, my voice returned to its usual range. Without hesitation, I made my way to the nearest police station, where I sought refuge and assistance. They provided me with the necessary support, eventually escorting me to a warm and secure hospital, where I could spend the night safely. Once again, I turned to prayer, this time seeking a bus ticket to Florida. Miraculously, my prayers answered once again. I obtained the means to travel to Florida. To this day, I ponder whether the two men perceived me as a man rather than a woman that fateful evening. But whatever came over me, it saved my life. I used to hitchhike all the time back in my hippie days. One time in Nebraska, I got picked up by this clean-cut white guy in a Mustang. Gary was cool, and we were getting along. 15 minutes into the ride, a cop got behind us and Gary got nervous. Beads of sweat began running down his temples. I made a joke like, "Hey man, you got warrants or something?" He said it was, or something, and that made me nervous. Sure, the cop hit his lights, but instead of slowing down, Gary floors it. The high-speed chase lasted 8 minutes until one of the officers got us with a pit maneuver. We spun into a ditch, and Gary tried to run. So, I got to watch a canine take him down. It turns out there was a dead woman in the trunk. He tortured her for 3 days and was trying to dispose of the body. He only picked me up because he hoped to look less suspicious with another person in the car. They tell you to leave the job at the station. Don't bring it home. Don't let it fester. I used to think that I was good at that, compartmentalizing, shutting the door on the flames once the hoses were rolled up and the sirens were silent. But lately, the door feels like it's been left ajar. Several months ago, I started having dreams, always the same. Me running through a maze of fire, heat pressing in from all sides, and this screaming. It's not the panicked cry of someone who knows help is on the way. It's hopeless. like she knows no one's coming. I always wake up drenched in sweat, gasping for air. I never told anyone about the dreams. What's the point? Everyone at the station has their own ghosts. That night, we got the call just past 11 p.m. The old Hargrave Theater was on fire. It had been empty for years, falling apart brick by brick, but someone must have broken in and started the fire. Arson wasn't uncommon in places like that. Kids, homeless people, and some thrill seeker lighting up history just for fun. We rolled up to the wall of flames. The fire was eating its way through the structure like it had a grudge. My lieutenant was barking orders and we got to work. I'd done this 1,000 times before, but something about that night felt off. The fire didn't behave the way fires usually do. It flared up in strange places, burned hotter in some sections than others, like it had a mind of its own. I chalked it up to the building's age. Decaying wood and debris can do that, but it gnawed at me. I was part of the search and rescue team, sweeping the inside for anyone who might have been trapped. The theater was a labyrinth of narrow corridors, rotting seats, and crumbling walls. I was moving fast, clearing each section with precision, but as I pushed deeper, something pulled at my memory. It was the layout. I'd never been in that building before, but I knew where to go. I turned down a hallway without thinking, opened a door that led to a narrow staircase that I couldn't possibly have known existed. In the basement, the smoke was thick, choking, and my flashlight caught flashes of what was left: rusted metal chairs, splintered wooden beams, and a pile of rubble in the corner. And that's when I saw it. A metal box, half buried under charred debris. I don't know why I grabbed it. Something about it felt important. I shoved it into my turncoat and I kept moving. Then I heard it. The scream. It was faint, muffled, but unmistakable. A woman's voice full of terror, coming from somewhere within the basement. I froze. I'd heard the screams before, but this one cut through me like a knife. I shouted, "Fire department, call out!" But there was no answer. I should have stayed and searched. God knows I wanted to, but the ceiling groaned above me. My radio crackled with an order to pull out. The fire was spreading too fast. I ran, the scream echoing in my ears as the floor gave way behind me. We lost one of ours that night, Scott. He'd been on the roof when it collapsed. A good man, gone in an instant. We all took it hard, but I just still couldn't shake the scream. Back at the station, I pulled out the metal box. Inside was a charred journal, its edges brittle and blackened, the handwriting faded but legible enough. It belonged to William Hargrave, the theater's original owner. The entries started innocently, grand plans for the theater, dreams of stardom. But as I read on, the tone darkened. He wrote about an actress, young and ambitious, who threatened to expose him for something he'd done. He didn't name her, but it was clear she had leverage. The final entries were frantic, almost incoherent. He talked about fire as if it were alive, a punishment he couldn't escape. Then the entries stopped. I couldn't stop thinking about her, the actress, the one who disappeared. I started digging into the theater's history, asking questions that seemed to make people uncomfortable. The fire in 1947 that killed several performers was ruled an accident, but there were whispers. Witnesses said that they heard screams in the basement that night, but no bodies were found down there. One night, I visited the ruins. The building was standing just barely. I found the basement again. The air was heavy and stifling, even though the fire was long gone. You know the smell. I stared at the rubble in the corner, and I felt it. Pressure in my chest like someone was screaming without making a sound. I reported everything I found to the authorities. I told them to check the basement for remains, for evidence of what really happened. They said they'd look into it. They didn't. A week later, the theater was torn down. The dreams, they haven't exactly stopped. In fact, sometimes they're worse. The screams are louder, and I can't help but wonder if I left her behind, whoever she was. Maybe she was just a figment of my imagination or a trick of the smoke and my own exhaustion. Maybe she was real, and I'll just never know her name. They tell you to leave the job at the station, but some fires follow you home. In 2004, my parents moved us from the East Coast to the Gulf Coast, and I started 7th grade at a new school. I talked differently, dressed differently, and overall didn't impress the popular girls, or anyone for that matter. If someone bothered speaking to me, it was only to make fun of my accent. By the second week, I'd learned to stay small and keep to myself. When you remove yourself from all social dynamics and become purely a spectator, you learn a lot. I quickly identified who was friends with who had crushes, and who secretly hated their best friend. Then there was Brady, the invisible boy. I envied him most of all. He didn't have to play politics, avoid bullies, or fear the bathrooms. No one stared at him or pointed. It was like he didn't exist. I didn't even notice that we sat next to each other in second period until he randomly asked to borrow a pen. I didn't expect to get it back, but he returned it the next day. A while later, he borrowed it again, and this kept on to the point that we made jokes about how he should just keep it. Little by little, we would talk more until I felt like I was making a real friend. We ate at different lunchtimes, and we didn't have any other classes together, so I would look for him in the hall. There would be glimpses of him from a distance, but every time I tried to make my way over, he'd be gone when I got there. It was starting to seem like he was avoiding me on purpose, so I finally said something in class. Brady said he never saw me and asked me to meet him behind the cafeteria after school. And then he never showed. The next day, he wasn't in class. He didn't come back until sometime the following week. I asked him what had happened, but he just ignored me. And then I noticed there were dark rings around his eyes, and he looked like something bad had happened. So I left him alone. I watched him all through class. I saw a dark, matted clump of hair on the back of his head. It looked like he was hurt. His clothes were covered in dirt and torn, like he'd slept outside. I couldn't believe the teacher hadn't said something to him. Did she really not notice? I tried asking if he was okay, but I did it too loud, and the whole class turned to look at us. I stared at Brady, hoping he would say something, hoping the teacher would see him and help. But then one of the popular girls said, "Oh my God, she's talking to her imaginary friend again." And everyone started laughing hard. I couldn't take it anymore. I stood up and made a horrendously embarrassing speech about how awful they all were. Crying definitely made it worse, but that's a different kind of childhood trauma. The kind of trauma that comes from a teacher taking you into the hallway to explain that your only friend wasn't real is a whole world of messed up into itself. There was no Brady in that class, no Brady in my grade. That desk had apparently been empty all year. I freaked out so bad that my parents were called to pick me up. My mom made me wait in the car while she talked to the principal. A few days and a therapy session later, my mom told me what they talked about. Sometime in the 90s, a similar incident happened where a kid thought that he'd made a friend named Brady. He was so insistent that our principal, still a teacher back then, looked into it, found old articles where a student named Brady had died. His mom was an addict, and Brady used to run to the school when she became violent. He'd sneak into the cafeteria and stay the night. One day, she chased after him, caught up with him in the parking lot. He tried to make it to the door, but she ran him over before he could reach it. He died still pinned beneath her tire. She was so out of it that she didn't even realize she killed him until the next morning. My schedule was changed, so I didn't have the same second period anymore. I guess the teachers hoped that it would help avoid another incident, and I guess it did. The other kids gave me hell for as long as I attended that school, but I only saw Brady a handful of times after that, and I was really careful to avoid showing it. I didn't need to add any fuel to the fire. To my knowledge, that was the only ghost I've ever had contact with, but who knows? Either way, I'm fine believing that he was my only one. I was always afraid of the sixth sense. I have no need to live it. Greetings from Ohio. I'm a 31-year-old female who enjoyed late-night drives in the early 2000s. I rode around in the middle of nowhere places listening to my favorite music. It was relaxing, until I ended up in a shady part of some random backwoods town. I stopped at a red light and almost jumped out of my skin when someone began lightly tapping on my window. I don't know where he came from, but there was suddenly a man pointing a gun at me. He screamed for me to get out, that he was taking the car. I reacted out of pure instinct and floored it. There were at least 3 shots, maybe 4, I don't know. The first one went through the middle of my right forearm. I reflexively flung myself over the steering wheel and drove to the nearest hospital. The police said that there was also a bullet hole through the driver's headrest. Had I not leaned forward after being hit by the first shot, I'd be dead. My cousin used to teach at the tribal school on our reservation. Her name's Dora. Dora has a story that she'd never tell publicly, but thankfully has a wonderful, loving, beautiful younger cousin willing to share it for her. I'm not on here trying to put Dora or our tribe in a bad light, and that's why I'm keeping our reservation name out. So, Dora was a 12th grade English teacher at the high school. It's the year 2000, and they're all on winter break. She attends a party at my house and decides to head home around 2 a.m. That night, a dense fog had blanketed the reservation, and already having a few drinks, Dora begins to have a change of heart about driving all the way home. Her house was only a few miles away, but from my house, the high school was just a bit closer. The lanyard with her keys hung on her rearview mirror, so she put them around her neck and then took a left instead of going straight out of my neighborhood. When Dora got to the high school, her car was the only one in the parking lot. She drove around the back where the buses pull in to pick up the kids. Her classroom doors are located on that side, and she parked her car in the bus loop, a stone's throw away from her outside door. The school lights that lined the building were all turned off during holiday breaks, making the building itself completely dark. Dora parked under the only source of illumination coming from the single street lamp located on a cement island center of the loop. Besides that one light, the rest of the property around her is black. There's only one road that leads from the rear of the building. The road eventually leads into a 4-way stop, but before that, there's only trees all the way up to the school. Needless to say, the first step Dora took from her car was a leap and a bound to her classroom door. When she gets inside, her desk is right by that door, so she didn't have to navigate blindly through her classroom to find a light. Exhausted and relieved, Dora actually called me that night to tell me what her new plan was. Then, after we hung up, she pulled all the blankets and pillows out of her emergency closet and made a bed on the little couch in the corner of her classroom. Before going to bed, though, Dora realized that she didn't enjoy any of the amazing food that I prepared. So, her stomach began to rumble, almost as if it was verbally scolding her for being so stubborn. It's a little after 2 a.m., and every business in town closes at 8. But somehow, Dora found probably the only food that would be willing to make a delivery that time of night. She found the phone number to a donut shop right outside reservation lines, and most likely taking pity on her desperate voice through the receiver, agreed to make a delivery to the high school. Taping an envelope with cash and a tip onto her door, Dora gave specific instructions on where to go and what to do. So the driver would go to the back of the school. The classroom's the only one with the lights on. Money's on the door. Leave the donuts outside. Nothing too crazy. Through the curtains, Dora eventually sees headlights pull in, and her confidence grows that her directions were accurate. In the quiet classroom, she can clearly hear someone get out of their car, walk up to her door, do the 2 taps, confirming successful transaction. Before Dora leaves her couch bed to get the donuts, she waits as shoes walk away from the door. Listening for the car door to shut again, Dora begins to hear something else. It sounds like footsteps were heading back to her door, but this time, the feet were running. Then, boom, boom, boom. Dora's jolted from her frozen position, practically jumping out of her skin when someone starts pounding on her outside door. For the quickest moment, Dora thinks that she may have shorted them on the total, but she knew that she gave more than a generous tip. Then, the person banging on the door begins to scream, "Please, let me in. Let me in, Miss B." The B is the initial of Dora's last name. The person on the other side of the door called her by her full last name. Must be a student. Dora also thinks the voice sounds familiar, and that's one thing that I'll never get. How do teachers remember all of their students like that? Well, sure enough, the mystery person pleading outside of her door ended up being a former student of hers. His name's Mark Len. Mark's family owns the donut shop that Dora was ordering from that night. Dora liked the Len family and had an oddly significant memory in her teaching career involving Mark's older brother, Callan. He was a few years older than Mark, and when Dora first started working at the school, there was a kid that kept harassing her like a creep. One day, the creep got way too close to Dora, and Callan stepped in between them, knocked the guy on his ass, basically. That ended the harassment. So, when Dora opened the door and Mark Len pushed his way through, slamming the door behind him, she's almost relieved. But that's short-lived, as the look on her former student's face is filled with horror. Right as the door slammed behind him, Mark ran over to the curtains, started peeking through them and out to the parking lot. Their familiarity to each other wasn't enough to break the tension that Mark was feeling, and a formal greeting didn't take place. Instead, out of breath and continuing to peer out the curtains, Mark tells Dora, when he was walking back to his car, something or some things started to chase him in the fog. Before saying anything, Dora would join Mark in staring out the window into the fog. The mist that had covered the town remained thick, and Dora's car was barely visible from where they stood. She asks Mark if it was an animal that was chasing him, and he said no. He wasn't sure what it was. It sounded like human strides coming at him from directly in front. When Mark stopped his pace in the fog to listen, along with the first pair of legs approaching, he heard a second pair of running feet in pursuit, coming at him from the right. That's when Mark turned and sprinted back to the door. His accounts of what happened scared Dora more than she'd ever let on. Attempting to remain logical in the situation, Dora suggests the commotion he heard was from a pack of res dogs wandering the grounds, but Mark was adamant about what he heard. The steps were too heavy to be from dogs. For a moment, they both stood in the anxious silence that filled the classroom. Their eyes fixed out the window, looking for movement in the fog. At first, Dora thinks her eyes are playing tricks on her, but Mark's gasp solidified that what she was seeing was real. Both of them watched as a tall, hooded figure rose out of the fog by Dora's car. They could see it under the street lamp. The hood doesn't fully cover its face, and Dora swears it had the head of a wolf. The hooded figure turned and stared directly at them before slowly sinking back down and disappearing into the fog. Unable to keep her feeling of dread suppressed, Dora steps back from the window. Mark does too, speechless at what they'd just seen. Dora turns off her desk lamp, once again immersing her classroom in darkness. The hope of being unnoticed is extinguished almost immediately after they begin to hear knocking on the windows of her classroom. Neither of them were brave enough to open the curtains. Mark says, "It knows we're in here." They quickly decide to move rooms. Mark and Dora leave her classroom through the internal hallways. The whole time, they can hear the entity going around the school, pounding on all the windows, shaking all the doors. Dora feels her legs get weak. She's about to pass out from fear, and Mark sees her wobbling and catches her before she collapses. Still conscious, Mark assists her to the closest room, which was the kitchen. After setting Dora on the ground, Mark asks if all the doors are locked in the building. Dora doesn't know. Hearing this, Mark takes it upon himself to independently take off to check all the doors, as Dora sits trying to regain a stable breathing rhythm. It's almost pointless, because just as her heart rate begins to go down, she can hear Mark scream. It echoes through the hall, heading back towards the kitchen. He's screaming, "It's inside. Lock the door." She sees Mark fly past the kitchen doorway. She hears another set of footsteps running through the hallway behind Mark. And when he doesn't run into the kitchen, she has no other option but to close the door and listen to what's going on just outside. Mark screams, and the sound of the chase trail off to another part of the school. Then, silence. Dora stayed like a statue in the kitchen for what felt like hours. She didn't know when it all started, but the clock located over the industrial stove read 4:30. She decided to wait until sunrise before leaving her hiding spot. The entire time she waited, her heart was pounding. Every creak of the school's old infrastructure felt amplified in the emptiness of the kitchen. Every shadow seemed to move in the corner of her eye. She clenched the handle of a butter knife, one that she'd grabbed from the drawers, her only weapon if whatever was chasing Mark decided to return. As the first light of dawn seeped through the small, grease-streaked windows above the industrial sinks, Dora gathered enough courage to leave the kitchen. Her legs still felt weak, but she steadied herself, gripping the wall for support as she tiptoed down the hallway. The building was eerily quiet now. No pounding, no footsteps, no screams. On her way back to her classroom, she passed the computer lab and froze in the doorway. The scene inside was not what she expected. Desks had been overturned, papers scattered everywhere. Most importantly, all of the computers were gone. She ran back to her classroom to see a similar scene. Her phone, which she'd left next to her couch bed, was gone, and so was Mark. Frantic, she checked the parking lot through the classroom window. Her car was still there, but Mark's was nowhere to be seen. Dora decided to call the police, but with her phone being missing, she needed to find the office, as classrooms didn't have phones. As she made her way back down the hall, she noticed some other things. Muddy footprints leading from the back entrance of the school. And sure enough, they led right to the computer lab. Reaching the office, Dora used the landline to call for help. When tribal police arrived, they searched the entire school, but they found no sign of Mark, and no sign of the creature Dora described. No evidence of forced entry either. What they did find, however, was far more shocking. Not only had the computer lab been completely stripped of its equipment, but every monitor, keyboard, laptop, it had all been taken. Adding insult to injury, all of the remaining cords had been cut. The officer questioning Dora seemed like he didn't quite believe her. "You're sure Mark Len was here last night?" he asked her. She insisted, yes, he was being chased. There was something out there, I swear. Dora insisted, recounting everything she'd seen, but as she spoke, she realized how absurd her story sounded. A hooded, wolf-headed figure, knocking and chasing them through the fog. The officer nodded politely, but still didn't seem convinced. He told Dora they would follow up with Mark's family and the donut shop, but for now, she needed to head home, get some rest. Dora knew what she saw, or thought she did. As the fog cleared, the reality of the situation began to sink in. It wasn't until the following day, when Mark and his older brother Callan were trying to sell some stolen computers, that the truth finally came out. That hooded figure and the eerie chase were all part of their elaborate plan to scare Dora away from the school, or essentially to let them in. They'd use the fog to their advantage, disguising themselves and creating chaos to cover their tracks, all so they could loot the computer lab. Callan, the mastermind, had even worn a wolf mask and a cloak to sell the illusion. As for Mark, his performance of terror had been convincing enough to manipulate Dora into hiding while they carried out the theft. The pounding on the windows, the running footsteps, it was all staged. When the police questioned Mark, he admitted everything, though he claimed that he had felt a twinge of guilt when Dora nearly passed out in the hallway. "It was supposed to just scare her," he said. "We didn't think she'd take it so hard." Dora, humiliated and furious, resigned from her position at the school. The administration didn't fire her outright, but the implication was clear. She'd let herself be duped, and the theft had happened on her watch. To this day, she avoids talking about what happened, but if you ever bring up that night, her face hardens and her lips tighten. The wolf-headed figure under the street lamp really creeped her out, but for it to all have been some way to take advantage of her kindness, well, that's just pissed her off for forever. I was a paramedic in the 90s. We had a park where violent crimes weren't exactly a rarity. We were going out there at least once a month, if not more. Most of the calls were roughed-up mugging victims, with a few stabbings. Gunshots were rare. One night we were told that someone called to report gunshots and screaming. We had to park behind the police while they cleared the scene. Eventually, dispatch sent us away. Nothing was found. We weren't back at the station for 20 minutes before the next call came in. Same deal, shots and screams. We waited behind the police cruisers, and again, they found nothing. But this time, I talked to one of my cop buddies before we left. She said that they didn't find traces of any activity, let alone a shooting. Even the canines turned up nothing. Both calls came from a payphone in the park, so someone had to have been there. This time, they were all leaving their patrol cars across the street, in view of the phones, to see if anyone returned. We stopped for food on the way to the station, and again, we got the same call a few minutes after getting back. Same deal, only with a bit more head-scratching. The third call also came from the payphone, and the officer on watch didn't see or hear a thing. He swore no one had been to that phone. To make things even weirder, a couple other cops showed up talking about a shooting that they got called there for a few weeks prior. A high school kid was cutting through the park. 2 guys had jumped him. He fought back and ended up getting shot. He was already dead when help arrived. That in itself wasn't too weird, but the call to 911 was. The caller said that there had been a shooting, and the shooters ran off. They even described what the guys were wearing. They stayed on the phone until police arrived, but then police never saw the caller. It was assumed that he ran off, might have been the shooter himself. They tried to find him. When the victim's parents listened to the 911 recording, they swore that it was their son, no doubt in their mind. Several friends and family members went on to listen to it, and they all were equally as certain it was the victim. But that makes no sense. Why wouldn't he say that he was shot? That aside, it would have been impossible for him to call anyway. The bullet hit his heart. He would have died before he reached the phone. Now, here we were getting these ghost calls from another young male about another shooting. My whole crew was low-key spooked and ready to leave. We were all on edge back at the station, but we didn't get another call to the park that night. A couple of months went by, and a paramedic from the second shift called to tell me about a possible shooting at the park. He had the same story. They went 4 times that night. Each time was the same. He'd also heard about the boy who was killed and the ghost calls from my shift. There was just no explanation for it. I never really believed in ghosts, but this whole thing made me wonder. I guess I still wonder. It's a hard thing to believe if you're not naturally inclined towards such things. Later that year, I moved away with my fiancé, but I kept in touch with my old crew. On the anniversary of that kid's death, there were 3 more calls. Everyone knew the rumors by then, but they still had to go check it out. Once again, they found nothing and no one. And that was the last time I ever heard about it happening. I'm sure the payphone is long gone by now anyway. Whatever the explanation behind it, whether it's logical or supernatural or whatever word you want to use, I hope that boy is at peace. I would call it intuition more than a premonition. I feel as if this story qualifies, though, as eerie. 2 years ago, I was tired from working late the night before, so I ordered some delivery for lunch. I live in San Diego, and it was a gorgeous day. I decided to open the front door while I waited for the delivery driver. There's a deadbolt security door in addition to the front door. The second I opened the door, I heard it. Inside of my head was an absolutely authoritative message. Close the door. So I did. I didn't hesitate. I didn't contemplate. I closed the door. The doorknob was still in my hand. I don't mean to convey that I heard a voice. A more accurate description is that it was a communication. I wasn't thinking that I was necessarily in danger or wondering why I got the message. It was just so clear, strong, and direct that I somewhat blindly obeyed. Also, I was hungry, tired, and quite possibly hungover. I kept the door closed until 10 seconds after I heard a car door open and close from the front of the house. Right as I opened, the delivery driver was at the door. My cash was ready along with a healthy tip. I paid him, thanked him, and then I closed and locked both doors. I sat down on the couch and put a piece of pizza on a plate that I'd already had out. The doorbell rang. No way in hell I'm answering the door. Hot food was in my hand. Before I would have even had time to answer the door, there was now pounding on the security door. Then I hear a male voice yell through the door. "Hey, it's me. I just delivered your food." I freeze. I'm terrified. There's no reason that the driver would need to speak to me. My order was correct. I paid in cash and tipped generously. In addition to that, he had my phone number. I grabbed my phone, ran back to the door, which was open. The security door was locked, but still, and I closed the door and locked it. As I'm doing that, there's now pounding on the window on the side of the house, along with a man yelling, "Hey!" I stood in the hallway, where I was certain no one could see me or my shadow through a possible crack in the blinds. I called my boyfriend at work and shakily whispered the story to him. He told me that the house used to be a big party house and that it was probably just some drunk or druggie looking for the old tenants. Sweet of him for trying to make me feel better, but I had zero doubts by this time that I was in serious danger. I got off the phone with him and stood trembling in the hallway, contemplating calling 911. All I could think about was that this guy must have been lying in wait, watching the house. He must have seen the delivery driver. and then try to use that as an excuse to get me to open the door. He knew someone was in there. About 3 to 5 minutes later, I hear a police helicopter right over my house. Attention, we're looking for a male suspect in the area. Physical description. He's considered armed and dangerous. If you see him, please call 911. I went to work that night and relayed the story to my coworkers. A friend told me that he had heard the same thing from people at his day job. A man banging on doors in my neighborhood and trying to get people to let him in. I checked the news after work. A man was running from the police, and he was wanted for felonies in Missouri. He'd been shot and killed by the police 3 blocks from my house a few hours after my incident. Please listen to your intuition. I don't let myself wonder too much about what could have been, what could have happened to me if I hadn't listened. It still gives me chills. I'll never be as comfortable being alone as I once was. I've been a firefighter for nearly 15 years, and I've seen my fair share of things that would make most people never sleep again. But nothing, not even the worst infernos I've ever faced, could prepare me for what happened on this night. The call came in around 2 a.m. An old warehouse in the industrial district was ablaze. By the time we arrived, the fire had already consumed most of the structure. Captain split us into 2 teams to search for any squatters who might have been trapped inside. I was paired with Martinez, but as we made our way through the thick smoke, a beam collapsed between us, cutting me off. I radioed in, but the static drowned out any response. Somehow, my radio was busted. I tried doubling back, but the fire had grown way too intense. The air was scorching. My visibility was practically zero. I knew that I was in trouble. Then, through the roar of flames, I heard a voice. "Over here." It was faint but insistent, cutting through the chaos like my actual lifeline. I turned and I saw a figure in turnout gear just ahead of me, illuminated by the flickering fire. Thank God. I was stumbling towards them, telling them, "I'm stuck, lead me out." The figure didn't respond, but motioned for me to follow. I didn't question it, I was too focused on surviving. We weaved through the maze of debris, ducking under falling beams, skirting walls of flames. I kept calling out, trying to get a name or confirmation of who it was, but they stayed silent. Finally, we reached a clear exit. The figure stopped, turned to look at me, and then simply walked into the smoke, disappearing. I stumbled out into the cold night air, half expecting to see the figure that had led me to safety. I was coughing and gasping as my team rushed over. "Jesus, we thought we lost you," Martinez said to me, grabbing my shoulder. He asked, "Where the hell were you?" "I got separated," I said. "One of you guys found me and led me out." The team exchanged confused glances. My captain stepped forward. "I don't know what you're talking about. We've all been outside. No one went back in after the collapse." I froze and my mind was racing, replaying every step, every detail. I was certain that I'd followed someone. The turnout gear, the voice, it was all real, wasn't it? Later that night, as I lay awake in the station bunk, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd been saved by something or someone not of this world. I don't know if it was a ghost, a guardian angel, or something else entirely. I don't think I'll ever know. What I do know is I shouldn't have made it out of that fire alive, but I did. And it wasn't by my own doing. I was couch surfing off and on for close to 3 years after I lost my job. Most of the time I stayed with my friend that we'll call Jules. Jules and I went to high school together, and senior year, she got hit by a snowplow while smoking a cigarette. The incident nearly killed her, and as a result, she had a long metal rod fused into her spine, and a hefty settlement that provided her with a small brick house in the suburbs and a drug habit she was happy to share with her friends. She didn't have many friends outside from me and her boyfriend Cody. This meant we were the lucky ones that Jules could throw her pills around with. Cody, obviously more so than me. I was still trying to function and maintain a stable job to pay rent for an apartment I barely stayed at. This was before the eventual losing of my job and full-time couch surfing at Jules. Though the time we spent together rarely navigated far from the regular sessions, living in someone else's natural environment and calling it your home, it wasn't the same as having an actual home that I could hide away from in my room if I wanted to. There, my bedroom was the couch. Jules and Cody were comfortable arguing in front of me. They also didn't have a choice because I was right there in the living room, but they definitely didn't try to contain it in their bedroom. It was also surprising to see how often they fought. I wouldn't say it was nightly, but quite a few nights out of a 7-day week, my sleep would be interrupted by them yelling at the top of their lungs, turning on all the lights and stomping around the house, high out of their minds. It was aggravating, but I was a guest, so who was I to stop them in their natural environment? I did have to intervene once when Cody had gotten Jules in a headlock and was cutting off her air. It was the first time that one of their physical altercations had spilled outside the bedroom. Before that, the sounds I heard could have been ignored as Jules throwing stuff at him. She liked to do that, and usually that's the extent I'd see. Cody leaving the bedroom, calling her all sorts of names, turning on all the lights, trying to find his keys, while Jules cries, screams, and breaks stuff. Cody was abusive, mentally and physically. Some of the things I'd hear him say to her were just venomous and evil. She'd wear clothing that would hide the bruises that he'd left on her. When I did see them, she always had a relatively believable story to go along with them. The night that I got in the middle of it, I had to jump on Cody's back to get him to release Jules. He tossed me to the ground, and I almost went through the glass coffee table. Then, Cody turned around, and I thought he was going to come after me. But instead, he grabbed his car keys that were on the coffee table, then slammed the door as hard as he could on his way out. Jules apologized with pure humiliation that things had gotten so out of hand. I told her that she needs to get some help, go to rehab, anything to change her current trajectory. But they were back together the following week. I think I died of a drug overdose in my last life because in this one, I've experimented with most any drug you can name, but I've always been able to get off of them independently. Maybe seeing Jules spiral downward also helped me kick the habit, but whatever it was, I hadn't been taking part in our prescription smoke sessions for over a month by then. I told Jules that my new job did regular piss tests, and this was true. My new job did do regular testing, but it also paid very well and gave me an interview without needing to call my past employer. I didn't tell her this, but I wasn't planning on living with Jules much longer. I didn't pay rent there, so I knew I could leave whenever and it wouldn't affect her. I was playing things by ear and waiting for a sign to branch out. Jules was lonely, and we'd been friends forever. I would have felt bad leaving the first minute I could, but after being a part of their little fight night, I was trying to get out of there the moment my bank account allowed me to withdraw the first and last month's rent. With my new job, I was planning on it becoming a reality within 2 to 3 months. I felt confident I could survive whatever those months threw at me. And when they say it's darkest before dawn, let me tell ya, I get it now. Month 1, car problems solidify this being a 3-month endeavor for me to move out. That's okay, I planned for that. Jules and Cody continue their toxic nightly behavior. That's okay, I know when Cody slams the door, I'm going to at least get a few hours of decent sleep before I have to wake up again. But then, one night, as they're fighting and Cody storms out, Jules chases after him. Now they're screaming outside. Then, Jules runs back inside. The door stays open, and from the couch, I can see Cody hop into his car and start it up. Then, Jules runs back outside, slamming the door behind her. It sounds like she starts up her own car, too, and I hear both cars tear out of the driveway, one after the other. The TV Guide channel is still playing on the TV. The ticker also has a little timer bar that reads 11-something. I remember being shocked it's not after midnight. I prayed that I'd get at least a few hours of sleep before they came back. But when my alarm woke me up, I realized I'd slept through the whole night. I was rested. It was a feeling I'd forgotten after living there for so long. Jules' bedroom door was closed. I don't know if it was already closed from the night before, but I didn't look to see if they'd made it back home. I got ready for work and left. It's only when I'd return home from work and enter Jules' bedroom and find it empty. That's when I'd start to worry, imagining what craziness she'd gotten herself into the night prior. I stayed awake as long as I could that night, waiting for her to return, but Jules didn't come home. The next morning, I planned on calling in a missing persons when I'd gotten home from work that afternoon, but when I pulled into the driveway, I was relieved to see Jules' car parked back out front. She was in her bedroom when I came inside, and when I went to check on her, she was sleeping. I let her sleep. Cody wasn't there. Jules slept the whole evening. The next morning, her bedroom was empty again. Late that night, she walked in and went straight into the bedroom. She didn't even smile or return my hello. It was clear she wasn't in a talking mood. Weeks would pass with her acting like this. Seldomly would she acknowledge my presence. Cody hadn't been around for a while either. I put together that they must have broken up, and she was taking it extremely hard. I probably could have been a better friend, but I kind of enjoyed having the living room and TV to myself. Not to mention the peace in comparison to the chaos that used to be in this home. I would check in on her every once in a while, but I didn't push the topic, and she didn't want to talk. It had been a few weeks, and I thought Cody was out of the picture, but one night, I'm woken up by the familiar heavy thumping of Cody's heavy steps on the floorboards. The sound gives me a pit in my stomach, and I was so angry at Jules for being so weak. My blood is boiling as I keep my eyes tightly shut and listen to him walk around. Even when he's trying to be quiet, he's not quiet. I can hear his heavy breathing and grunting as he makes his way around the small living room. Then, his footsteps stop at the arm of the couch. He was standing above where my head was laying. I knew exactly where he was because of his breathing. It was so loud. I pretended to be asleep. I felt like he was there for at least 10 minutes, just standing above me. Then, I heard his footsteps walk away down the hall. That night, I stayed awake all night listening to see if he'd come back. I must have gotten some sleep, however, because my alarm woke me up, and the house was empty. My car was the only one in the driveway leaving for work. I'd planned on giving Jules a real friend check the next time I got to see her, but I'd have to hold on to that feeling for a couple of days until I saw her next. In between those days, when I thought I'd had the house to myself, I again was woken up by Cody's footsteps walking through the house. This terrified me because I knew Jules wasn't home. I still never opened my eyes, even when he'd stand over me and breathe deeply. I knew I couldn't overpower him. Waking up and freaking out would only make whatever's happening worse. So, I stayed frozen, under the covers, until I'd hear his footsteps retreat again. When I did finally see Jules, that's when I decided to freak out on someone. When I got home from work, her car is parked in the driveway, and I have a moment to think of some zingers before I go inside. Jules is back away in her bedroom with the door closed, but I don't care anymore. I open her door, And when I saw that Cody wasn't there, I felt free to say, "Tell your creepy boyfriend to stop breathing over me when I'm trying to sleep." I go in telling her how weak and stupid she is for getting back together with Cody and unload every pent-up feeling I had at Jules. She started crying, but I was all out of empathy at that point, and I'm thinking that I'm getting through to this girl, but the response she gives me took me off guard. I didn't know how to respond next. After I say all that stuff to her, "You need to value yourself more," so on and so forth, Jules turns and looks at me and then says, "I've seen him too." Her cry turns to uncontrollable hysterics, and Jules tells me that Cody once beat her so badly she had a miscarriage, and apparently the night that she chased after him, it was because he made some pretty heartless remarks about the situation, and it sent her over the edge. When Jules ran back inside that night, she retrieved a knife, one that she used to butcher Cody at a gas station in the next county. It was an old self-service station, and Cody was almost out of gas. He had no choice but to pull over. Before he could get out of his car, Jules had hopped into the back seat of his car and proceeded to stab Cody until the knife broke. Then, she pushed the car off the edge of the road, down a long hill that led into dense brush. I was shocked and speechless. Jules turned herself in that day. The first-hand story Jules told me was the literal most horrific thing anyone's ever spoken to me in real life, and the small news piece didn't give the details that she did. I was able to stay in the house until it was foreclosed on. By then, I had enough to get my own place. Oddly enough, after Jules left, I didn't hear Cody in the house anymore. The last couple of months living there were the best they could have been. The house felt like a home. Jules and I didn't stay in contact since living with each other, and I'm okay with that. I would have been homeless, and my life would have been on a completely different timeline if she hadn't opened up her couch to me, though. For that, I'll forever be grateful. But the rest is kind of a nightmare. I don't know if my experience really depicts a transparent or not human figure that usually comes to mind when thinking of a ghost, but I don't know what else to call it. The whole thing is inexplicable, I guess. When we moved into this area, no one had built a home on this particular plot, like ever, so we anxiously awaited for construction to wrap up so we could move in. Excited to be in a spacious, brand new home, never lived in by anyone. The time came and we quickly moved in and set everything up. Everything was so bright, shiny, full of dreams for the future. It was the beginning of our lives together. Everything was perfect. Now I had heard stories from other people in the area, things whispered about in private amongst trusted friends. My friend's family was from the area, a few blocks away, and growing up I heard them talk about some things they'd encountered. I listened and didn't doubt what they saw, but it was safe to say I forgot all about it. This was my friend's eccentric aunt. Who knows what she was into? I heard them but never really registered that these were actual things that had happened, or things I needed to worry about. So, back to moving into our new home. The stories that I'd heard 15 years ago, they didn't come to mind. We got all set up and the first little while was blissfully peaceful. A place all to ourselves. Thinking about wedding planning and such. At first, it was just a loud bang in the middle of the night. We chalked it up to a new house, settling, something shifting in the cupboards. Then it started to become something that we couldn't explain away. The previously locked and checked back door would be heard, the lock clicking as it was unlocked and then slowly swung open. As the months went on, it became bolder and bolder. My fiancé and I would have friends over for dinner and a movie. They'd stop eating or pause the movie to ask, "Who's upstairs?" As heavy, painfully slow footsteps moved around above our head, clearly heard by all. It sounded like a person wearing large, heavy work boots was walking over the wood floors, like a man heavy-set. They just paced from room to room and through the halls. Sometimes the click of a door handle opening would also be heard. It walked further into the room, and something would be knocked over, slamming to the floor. Of course, the guys would run upstairs, only to find that nothing was there, and no one. Our friends would seem on edge for the rest of the night, eager to leave after. The noise from the second floor carried on throughout the evening. If we were upstairs and in bed, it sounded like someone was rifling through our kitchen cupboards and pantry, pot clanging, boxes shifting. It was very loud and intentional. But as soon as you went downstairs to investigate, the noise would stop. If you were in bed upstairs, the footsteps would slowly creep up the stairs. One step would creak, just as heavy and just as slow. Some nights, my heart was beating out of my chest because it would make its way to the top of the stairs, and it was as if the owner of the heavy boot steps would walk through my bedroom door any second. Talk about anxiety. As it carried on through the months, any overpowering feeling of being watched, it appeared. There was just a heaviness to the atmosphere in the home, which was never present before, not in our relationship anyway. It felt so thick. One week, I had to leave on a trip with my fiancé staying behind. He was in the shower on my first night away, and something screamed at him. He said it was so loud and ugly, he hit the floor. It sounded like it was coming from every direction. He stayed at our friend's place for the rest of the week, refusing to go back home. Something else happened, but he never wanted to talk about it. When I was home alone at night, I'd be tucked into bed reading with my dog sleeping at the end of the bed. I'd suddenly get this overwhelming feeling that someone was watching me from the darkest corner of the room, where the closet was. I'd ignore it and continue reading. My dog would suddenly jump up from a deep slumber, and he'd just stand there, staring into the corner intently, the same place I felt I was being watched from. He was a timid dog who never barked. For that first year, I didn't think he even had a voice. He was so quiet. But he let out a loud, scary, alerting of actual danger growl, and his hair would stand straight up. He backed his little body into my foot as if he was trying to protect me. Eventually, the feeling would pass, and he'd lay back down and go back to sleep. I thought that ignoring whatever was happening was the best way to deal with it. Give it no attention. It sort of came to a head one bright autumn day. Our upstairs bedrooms have large windows that let in a ton of natural light from all sides. They were open all day. The sun was low but so bright in the sky, and it filled every corner of the house. I went upstairs to charge my phone, check emails, and I got sidetracked with a quick iPhone game. I was laying horizontally across the bed, facing the door to the hallway, when slowly this blacker than black, very large and very tall figure slowly and silently glided through the middle of the hallway. It was not like a shadow. It was like it absorbed 100% of the light. I had seen it clearly. It looked like it was wearing a large, wide-brimmed, flat-top hat with a heavy, long jacket down to the ankles. It was pure black, with a crisp outline against the brightly lit walls. It moved left to right, past the door, and straight into the bathroom. My heart skipped a beat. I felt like the air left the room and my lungs. My mind went blank. What the hell was that? I lay there in silence. My fiancé was busily cooking dinner downstairs. I could hear him, but I was too afraid to move. I processed what I had just seen and leapt off the bed, went tearing down the stairs. My parents had actually heard the thing in the house. That's when we brought our minister in. We had a house blessing and warming, and for a while, things were actually quieting down. Several months passed, just enough for us to let our guard down, I guess. However, things between me and my fiancé started to shift. We decided to take a break, and he moved out. Then this presence came back with vengeance, like our minister suggested it would. It became even louder, even stronger, and the feeling of being watched was intense. During this period, it started to throw things across the kitchen into the dining room. Several heavy objects scattered in a 20-foot-long trail. One morning, I found the countertops and the top of the refrigerator cleared, as if someone cleared off a desk in one aggressive swipe, flinging contents everywhere. The back door would be found open nightly, despite having the door and the lock changed or checked and rechecked. During intense thunder and lightning storms, this thing seemed to get stronger. It made more noise all throughout the night. It scared the hell out of my 13-year-old sister, who only wanted to spend her weekends with me. She woke up to hearing and physically feeling the vibrations from the footfalls as it was pacing around her bed. One night, it felt as if someone heavy sat on the edge of my bed. The springs actually made a strained noise, and I felt the bed shift. My pastor told me if I didn't start attending church, it would come back threefold, and it did. I didn't go back to church, though. Instead, I moved out of that house. My ex-fiancé and I got back together, bought a condo somewhere a bit further from town, and got married. We both sort of couldn't understand why we separated to begin with. Still can't. Ghost, demon, or what? We blame the house, and we're happy it's behind us. I still can't believe the things that went on there. Hopefully the new owners had better luck. True story. Virginia Beach, my girlfriend and I decided to soak up the last bit of nature before we hit the road. As the light faded and the sun was setting, we realized we'd stayed too long. The park's gates were about to close. We didn't want to get locked in. The place was dead quiet. No other cars, no other people. We jumped in the car and started heading for the exit. And that's when we saw her, a young girl sitting on a cement block by the side of the road. She was wearing an old-fashioned, long dress, the kind you'd see in history books. In her hands, she held a large red ball, perfectly still. She was pale, thin, long brown hair. She didn't even glance at us as we drove by, just stared straight ahead, like she was waiting for something. It's hard to explain, but it felt wrong. Who was she waiting for? Why wasn't she in a hurry to leave the park? We kept going, trying to shake the weirdness of it, but things somehow got worse. Ahead of us, a man stood in the middle of the road, blocking our path. He looked just as out of place as the girl, dressed in suspenders over a dirty white shirt, black pants caked with mud. He waved his arms, motioning for us to stop, but something about him was off. As we got closer, we could see his face. His eyes were wild. His mouth was twisted with anger. He didn't look like someone who needed help. He looked like someone who we needed to get away from. "Don't stop," my girlfriend whispered. I didn't. I swerved to the side, and the man lunged towards the car. His fingers slapped against the window as we sped past. When I glanced in the rearview mirror, my stomach dropped. He was running after us full sprint, his arms pumping like he'd been waiting all night for a chase. We hit the gas. The tires were screeching as we made it to the gate. I remember I glanced back one last time, and there was nobody there. We never went back. We never figured out who or what they were. When I was a sophomore in high school, there was a series of attacks against girls by a temporarily unknown masked assailant. It all started with a girl from our senior class named Lynn. She was attacked in the parking lot during a football game. I hadn't been friends with her, but I was at the game and word spread quickly about what had occurred that night, right outside the gates. An older couple had found Lynn lying on the ground in a row of cars in the parking lot. The woman ran back to alert the police that were at the game while the man stayed with the unconscious Lynn. I didn't leave my seats in the stands, but from where I was, I could see the ambulance flying down the highway from across the football field, heading towards the school. Lynn had been hit in the back of the head with a heavy object. The attacker was wearing a hoodie and a bandana over the bottom of their face. He went at Lynn with a knife, but she either fought him off or caused enough of a scene to make him run away. Either way, she still sustained a few cuts and abrasions on her arms and legs from the struggle. The high school I went to was a relatively big one, but Lynn already had a reputation for being a bit of a drama queen, so rumors started that she had done it to herself for attention. But then, another girl was attacked, Courtney. This time it was after volleyball practice. She was leaving the back exit of the gym when the perpetrator struck. Courtney was also struck in the back of the head and immediately knocked unconscious. When a teammate found her, she'd been stabbed in the shoulder. This prompted a police investigation, and the rumors really started to fly around. Some were accusing other classmates, even some faculty members were brought in to speak with the police, but nobody was revealed to be a person of interest. Meanwhile, Lynn starts receiving messages from her attacker. The letters would be stuffed into her locker. They'd be filled with all sorts of threats of all kinds of abuse. Lynn's address was posted in the letters, along with Polaroid pictures of her house. She gave them to the police, but it still didn't help to narrow down their list of suspects. Then, another girl was attacked, Lauren. This time, it was at another football game. She, like the other girl, was attacked from behind with a blunt object. Her clothes were cut and torn with a knife, and she was punched multiple times. Then the person ran away. It was completely random, but at least a better description was formed. Lauren described them as medium height and even noted that they had long hair as they saw it escape through their hoodie. There were ski goggles and a bandana over the bottom of their face. After that, the whole school was on high alert for a while. Attendance at the games was noticeably lowered, and people started walking in groups wherever they went. Everyone was suspicious of everyone else. Lynn had stopped showing up to school, and it felt like this menace had full control over the staff and students. Kids volunteered to bring Lynn's homework to her, and kids would stop by to check on her. A real support system developed for Lynn because she was the only one of the victims that continued to be contacted by this person. The letters she was receiving were becoming more and more gross and shocking. Then, at the last home game of the season, an off-duty police officer that had been involved in the case sees Lynn's car parked in the south lot of the field. He thinks it's strange considering her absence from school, so he drives back to the north lot where the main gates are. But instead of parking and going into the game, he decides to sit and wait in his car for a while. His daughter at the time is a junior at the school. I think her name was Jessica. She's also at the game that night, and just before the second half of the game, Jessica receives a call on her cell phone. She leaves her seat from the stadium to walk out into the parking lot by herself. Meanwhile, the game is raging inside. Our team was predicted to be state champs that year, so the stands were full, and the crowd was rowdy and loud. Jessica didn't care about the game, though. She had other plans in mind when she left for her leisurely stroll that night. Her plan would come to fruition. Jessica had been slowly walking up and down the rows of cars for about 10 minutes when, aside from the crowd noise, she hears gravel getting kicked up from behind her. She realized she wasn't in the parking lot by herself, and whoever else was out there with her was approaching fast from behind. Then, just before the assailant could get close to her, a third voice disrupted their motion. A loud, deep voice screamed, "Freeze!" Jessica turns around to see the hooded figure only a few strides behind her. She can hear the metallic knife bounce off the concrete of the parking lot. That would-be attacker was so startled by the scream, they dropped their knife and started to flee. But Jessica's dad, the off-duty officer, was already sprinting toward the hooded figure. They weren't able to get enough momentum, and Jessica's dad tackles them to the ground with a hit reminiscent of the football game going on inside the stadium. Too good to be true? Perfect timing? No. Jessica and her dad had been doing this ever since the attack started, their own father-daughter sting operation, and that night, the bait was finally bit. As the dad stands over the suspect, they got the wind knocked out of them, and they were writhing on the ground trying to breathe. Then, he pulls the ski goggles off. And to Jessica's surprise, and not so much her father's, they see Lynn lying on the ground, tears in her eyes, trying to get the air back into her lungs. Naturally, this was the news of the year, and would you believe it, no one ever saw Lynn at our school again. But a little bird told me that she did serve some jail time, even if it was just juvie. People always say ghosts can't kill, but I know better. It happened when I was in middle school. Our drama teacher, Mr. Whalen, died in a way that left a chill in the air long after his body was taken away. He wasn't old, not old enough for a heart attack at least, but something took him that night. Something that didn't belong in our world, I'm pretty sure. My older brother was in the school play, a small part with barely any lines, but Mr. Whalen was strict. He insisted every cast member attend every rehearsal, no matter how insignificant their role. Even those who weren't in the play, like me, were dragged along. My job was to keep out of the way, so I spent hours in the back rows of the auditorium, doing my homework by the dim light of the worn-out lamp. The auditorium itself was ancient, nearly a century old, and its age showed in the creaking floorboards and the peeling paint on the walls. It stood separate from the main school building across the street, like it was trying to distance itself from the present. The place had a reputation. Everyone knew it was haunted, but no one talked about it openly. The teachers dismissed the whispers, but we all knew better. We knew not to be caught in there alone. I hated that auditorium. The only real light was the harsh spotlight on the stage, leaving the rest of the seats swallowed in shadows. The darkness felt alive, like it was waiting for something or someone. The smell of chlorine was always in the air, strong, suffocating, especially on nights like this one, when the storm outside seemed to seep into the very bones of the building. The smell of chlorine was always strongest on rainy days. The old building had leaks, and the dampness seemed to draw out the scent, clinging to the seats like it was embedded in the very fabric. I never understood why it smelled like that. There was no pool anywhere nearby, but that was just one of the many oddities about the auditorium. Mr. Whalen seemed to be the only teacher who didn't mind spending hours in there. In fact, he seemed to revel in it. Like the creaking boards and the dim lighting were his stage just as much as the one up front. On the night it happened, the weather was awful. A storm had rolled in, drenching the city in sheets of rain and lighting up the sky with jagged bolts of lightning. Inside the auditorium, the storm sounded like a constant roar, the wind battering the walls and the rain pounding on the roof. Rehearsal had gone late, the storm delaying some of the cast from arriving on time, and the tension in the air was palpable. Mr. Whalen had been unusually agitated all evening, snapping at the students for the smallest mistakes, pacing the stage like he was looking for something. I was in my usual spot, huddled in one of the back rows with my books, trying to focus on my homework. The lamp wasn't doing much against the oppressive darkness that seemed to have swallowed the entire room, and the storm outside didn't help either. Every time lightning flashed, the auditorium was briefly illuminated, revealing the empty seats stretching out like a sea of shadows, before plunging back into the darkness. Each flash made my heart race a little faster, but I kept my head down, trying to ignore the uneasy feeling that had settled in my chest. Mr. Whalen had decided to do some work on the catwalk that night, something about adjusting the lights for the upcoming performance. The ladder leading up to it was old and rickety, but he insisted on doing it himself. I remember hearing the metallic creaks as he climbed up, the sound echoing in the emptiness of the auditorium. The rest of the cast were busy with their lines, and I was a bit too engrossed in my math problems to pay too much attention, at least at first. It wasn't until I heard the first bang that I looked up. My heart skipped a beat. The sound was loud, like something heavy had fallen, but it wasn't followed by any of the usual scolding from Mr. Whalen. The students on stage froze, their lines forgotten as they looked up toward the catwalk. Another bang followed, and this time it was accompanied by a scream, sharp and terrified. It wasn't Mr. Whalen's voice, though, but something else, someone else entirely. But we couldn't see anyone. The lights above the stage flickered, casting the entire room into a strobe-like effect. In the brief flashes of light, I did see something moving on the catwalk, a dark shape. It definitely wasn't Mr. Whalen. It moved quickly, almost too quickly to track, but every time the lights flashed, it was closer to him. I heard Mr. Whalen shout. It was a strangled cry that was abruptly cut off as the lights blinked out completely, plunging us all into total darkness. For a moment, there was nothing but the sound of the storm and the heavy, panicked breathing of the students around me. Then, there was a horrible, wet thud, like something heavy hit the stage floor, followed by silence so profound it felt like the whole building was holding its breath. When the emergency lights finally kicked on, their harsh red glow revealed the stage in all of its gruesome detail. Mr. Whalen lay sprawled on the floor, his body twisted in an unnatural angle. His eyes were wide open, frozen in an expression of pure terror. His mouth was still open in a silent scream, but what was most disturbing was the way his hands were clenched, as if he'd been trying to fight something off. The police said that it was a heart attack brought on by the fall from the catwalk. None of that made sense to us. They never found any evidence of foul play, and the case was closed within a week. But I knew better. The other kids knew better, though none of us were talking about it. Whatever was up there on the catwalk that night, it wasn't human, and it wasn't done with Mr. Whalen until it had taken everything from him. After that night, the auditorium was closed off, and it would be for the rest of my time at the school. The school claimed that it was for renovations, but the truth was that no one wanted to go in there anymore. The building stood empty, silent, just a looming presence at the edge of school grounds. Over time, the stories grew darker and more twisted, though the reality is the most twisted of all. People always say ghosts can't kill, but I beg to differ. I inherited my grandparents' property when I was in my early 20s. As a young adult, this was probably the most impactful blessing on my life. It financially opened me up to spend my money in other ways and beginning on a shoestring budget. I'll forever appreciate this home. When I was growing up, early childhood, my mom would drive us out here for visits. The house was next to a dock and a small lake, and I would swim for hours in the summer. There was one winter I even got to skate on it when it froze over. That wasn't fun because of all the sticks and things that were sticking out of the ice, and if I tripped, I was going into the water and freezing to death. It's actually just another memory that scared me relating to this house. Basically, I remember us being out here all the time. His home was used as our personal timeshare because at the time he was an engineer and regularly rented other houses closer to the work site. This trip was during an especially sweltering day. We left our apartment hoping the rural environment would provide more tree cover and relief from the hot city pavement. It was a good idea, but the area's temperature wasn't all that much better. At this house, though, we could leave all the doors and windows wide open to let a breeze in, and of course, the lake. It was one of these afternoons, and I'd just gotten out of the lake and was drying off on the back patio. My mom was sitting in a plastic chair next to me and we were talking, but our conversation was interrupted by the sound of all the windows and doors around the house slamming closed. It started in the front of the house. Front door, living room window, boom, boom, side door, bedroom window. We sat frozen as the slamming sound made its way to us, with the kitchen windows, back patio left door, and then finally, boom, back patio right door, the one that we were closest to. We were anticipating it to slam, but it was still unbelievably scary watching a door move on its own. And then boom, it shook the wood beneath us and my mom let out an uncontrollable eep. When the slamming started, I think we were both half-heartedly thinking that my grandpa had gotten home, and as the slamming got closer, I was more and more expecting to see him. Then the door moved on its own, as well as the side dining room window right after. My mom pulled me close to her, and we sat on the deck waiting for the noises to continue. But after the last dining room window was closed, it all settled down. We both watched windows and doors shut without anyone on the other side. An intruder in the home wasn't what my mom and I were looking for when we walked inside. It was just us two out there, and with no other way to sugarcoat it, she explains that she needs to go inside. Everything we needed was still in there. A phone, her car keys. I didn't want to be left alone, so I was right behind her when we went inside. It was like a furnace when we got in there. My mom said, "Hello, hello," but my grandpa wasn't there. The thermostat in the living room, it was on and turned all the way up. I turned it down while my mom went from room to room checking for an intruder. Finding no one and no other reasonable explanation, the phenomenon was blamed on an air pressure thing in the house. Although this sounds like a lot of excitement, it really wasn't. I probably could have even had this be a forgettable memory, especially with the air pressure excuse being assumed as true. But that afternoon, there was one more thing that happened that really scared me. Again, in my childhood, this is the one and only time that I was genuinely struck with fear due to this house. But after all the rooms were checked and the thermostat was turned back down, both of us were back outside on the deck. This time, we decided to leave the doors and windows closed. We were considering ourselves lucky that none of the windows broke when they came down the first time, and we didn't really want to tempt fate again. It was becoming dusk. The sun was setting across the lake, and my mom and I were enjoying the scenery. We're both sitting on the deck, and we feel the whole house shake, like an earthquake that only lasted a second. The lake wasn't disturbed. The trees around weren't shaking. The sound and feeling only came from inside the house. I turned around first. From where I'm standing, I can see into the house from the window, and clear as day, I see a woman standing in the living room. She can see me too, because when we make eye contact, it looked like she began to scream. but I couldn't hear anything. Then, she evaporated into thin air. I turned to ask my mom if she saw the woman, but she hadn't. I told her, I saw someone in the house. She knew from the tone in my voice that I was serious, so instead of asking further questions, she picked up a hand shovel from the little gardening plot next to the deck and ran inside. Again, she went from room to room, this time with a sharp weapon. Nobody was found. After that, we both felt uneasy. My mom, being the adult in the situation, was feeling more spooked than me and decided to take us home that night. After that, there wasn't any more weirdness. We had many visits after decades of them, and now I own the house. I still feel happy and content with my little abode, as I previously mentioned. I live by myself. Well, not all by myself. It was more for my parents' peace of mind than mine, but it would be an injustice for me not to mention Scooter, my cane corso. He's my giant protector against the squirrel and deer that I've encountered while living out here. I got home the other night and found this big boy wandering around the front yard, and at first I thought Scooty found a way to open the door and let himself out. He's big enough, but can't get the concept of turning the handle down. So I was surprised when I drove up to find him lying in the grass. The huge thunderstorm that rolled past here, it was right over top of us by then, and I was focused on getting him inside before it started to get bad. When I parked in the driveway, the property was dark. I knew the power must have been knocked out. I got out of my car. In mid-walk to Scooter, I turned and looked at the house, trying to figure out what door he'd gotten open, and the hair literally stood up on my arms. It wasn't one door that was open. It was all of them. And then I saw that the windows were all open as well. I was panicking. I thought I'd been robbed. I grabbed Scooter and pushed his big butt into the backseat of my car. Then I got in, locked the doors, and called the cops. When they arrived, we stayed in the car as they did a walkthrough of the house. After they made sure the house was clear, they closed all the open windows and doors, and I was able to go back into the house to see if anything was missing. Nothing was. Everything was how I'd left it in the morning. After the police left, I light a bunch of candles and put them around the house. In an aisle that separates my kitchen and living room, I slip on a wet spot. I almost dropped the candle. I flipped on my phone light to see what I had slipped on, but I couldn't find the source of where any moisture could be coming from. Looking at where I'd fallen, though, I noticed there was actually a small trail of water. The splotches looked like small feet prints, and wow, saying that feels as crazy as it felt in that moment, following the trail of watery prints to the back door. The feet were pointing away from the back door, though, like the prints were entering the house. I just stared at them, baffled as to who was running through my house barefoot. Sure, they weren't there anymore, but I felt sick thinking someone had been through there. Nothing was taken, though. Maybe it's something I haven't noticed yet. And Jesus, I went down a rabbit hole, paranoid, thinking about that one. I went from room to room, checking desks, closets, shoeboxes, everything. All using my cell phone light and Scooter stuck to my hip. All of my jewelry and shoes were untouched. Even cash that I'd left out was still there. Now, I don't want to believe my house somehow got haunted. I don't know how that would even happen. But here I am writing this, only trying to still explain coming home to every door and window being wide open, my dog in the yard, wet footprints in my house. And I still haven't gotten to the part where you think, oh yeah, I guess this place is haunted now for some fucking reason. The power eventually comes on, and when it does, the generators kick in. It's a low vroom startup that shakes the foundations of this old place like a jet engine. New pipes and plumbing, old foundation. Startling at first, but I put two and two together when the rumble sound is in sync with the lights. When the house is lit again, it becomes difficult to see outside in the dark, but almost as if it was right against the glass of the window facing the yard. I realize that I'm looking at the silhouette of a child, a pure black figure outlined in the window in front of me. I took a step toward the window, and they vanished. I tried to tell myself I was just seeing things. Maybe it was the rain or a shadow that was cast by the trees that were swaying, but the chill down my spine told me that something was weird about that. I closed the blinds. I was trying to shake the feeling of eyes watching me. Scooter wouldn't stop pacing. He usually settles in right next to me, but he kept going to the back door, sniffing at it, letting out some low growls, his hackles raised. I'd never seen him like that. Later that night, as I was finally drifting off to sleep, something made me bolt upright. It was the unmistakable sound of little footsteps, faint but clear, pattering across the hallway just outside my bedroom door. I remember holding my breath and my heart was pounding in my chest. I kept telling myself, no way, just the rain. But I couldn't ignore the fact that they sounded like little wet footsteps, each followed by a soft splat, like someone was tracking water across the floor. Scooter growled again, this time from his spot on the floor by my bed, and then the footsteps stopped. I stared at the doorknob, waiting for it to turn, but it never did. The silence stretched on, thick and suffocating, and just as I started to relax, I could have sworn I heard a knock on the door. 3 soft taps, and then nothing. I didn't move, and neither did Scooter. I decided I was going to get up. I got out of bed, opened the door just a crack, and looked into the hallway. Nothing. The floor was dry, no sign of any footprints, no sound of anyone else in the house. I went back to bed, but I barely slept. The next morning, I went to check the back door, trying to convince myself that maybe the whole night had been some weird, bizarre, vivid nightmare. But there, right on the inside of the back door, was a single, small, wet handprint. It smeared across the wood as if someone had pressed their hand against it, reaching in. I know some of you will think that I'm crazy, but even having all of these things happen, I know that there's nowhere else I'd rather live. So I'm not really sharing for advice so much as just sharing my most bizarre experiences with what I consider to be the paranormal. I was just 18 and working as a healthcare assistant on a large medical surgical ward. My mother and my dad's sister both worked at and trained at the same hospital, though not the unit I was working on. A family friend, Jen, one of the best nurses I've ever worked with, worked nights and I was working with her. It was after the midnight rounds. A woman about 50 had been admitted to room 205 that day. She was waiting for exploratory abdominal surgery. These were the days before MRI scans, and undiagnosable abdominal problems often resulted in open surgery. We had just sat down. The nurse's station was in the middle of the long hall, and all of the rooms were easily visible. The lights flickered. No big deal. Then, a shadow moved down the hall and stopped by room 205, where it lingered. Jen hit me on the arm and yelled, "Get the code cart and bring it to 205, now." Jen ran for the room. I got the cart. The other nurses heard us and headed there too. "The Angel, it's a code," Jen yelled to the other nurse. She said, "I'll get the doctor." Jen was doing CPR. In an instant, the room was filled with people, and I went into the hall. There was a gentle breeze, and just outside the door, a darkness. Suddenly, the hall got bright. Just at that instant, I heard, "She's gone. Call it." The lady had an aneurysm and had died. I was a bit shaken. As Jen and I prepped the body, I said, "How did you know?" She said, "That's the Angel. When you see her, run. The patient is dying. Did you see her light up?" I told her I didn't see anything, just that it was dark and then light. She said, "When it goes like that, they're gone. Some people think that it was a nurse who worked here and that she's still on duty. I thought she was being a little silly, and in my head, I decided it was just faulty fluorescent lights and my own anxiety. But I asked my mom, and she said, "Ask anyone. They all know the angel." Fast forward 6 years, and I'm no longer an HCA, but a healthcare professional myself. I'm on the same ward as a patient. My gallbladder hated me and decided to act up. I'd had it out, the old-fashioned and miserable way. I was really uncomfortable. So although it was late, I was watching TV. The lady next to me was an elderly lady who had broken her hip. She was sleeping peacefully. I became aware of a dark cloud over the TV screen, which was on the wall over the foot of the bed. I felt a gentle breeze. I yelled at the top of my lungs, "208, the angel!" The darkness paused and softened. I felt an amazing sense of calm, then chaos as everyone burst into the room. The lady next to me was in respiratory arrest. The darkness lingered. Then, instead of flickering light as it did before, it just faded. I felt calm and at ease, and my pain had lessened. They started to roll the lady out on a trolley. "Your roommate is going to the ICU," they told me, as they moved my bed to push hers past. Jen was on and came from the other side of the curtain to straighten out the room. "You saw her?" I nodded and told her that I saw a shadow, but it felt so calm. "Well, she was just in time. How did you know? Did she wake you up?" I told her I'd been watching television and a shadow moved across it. She laughed. "It couldn't be. We turn off the televisions at 10. It's nearly 1 a.m. I looked up. The TV was off. My headphones in the drawer. I have no idea how I saw her. I don't know that it was a her at all, but it was something, and it was there. And it was there either to usher someone on with calmness or to give them a chance. I'm not sure. Maybe it was a nurse's instincts, but maybe it was just someone who took her work so seriously she stayed on long after life left her, looking after those who needed her. All I really know is I felt so calm and strengthened and not at all afraid in the presence of whatever it was. On my 21st birthday, me and my friends drove from the San Francisco Bay Area up to Petaluma, California, which is in the North Bay Area. After driving for about an hour, we got to a house party that a friend of a friend had told us about. I was the designated driver. Ironic, I know, since it was my 21st birthday, but I just kind of stood by my friends as they struck up conversation with other party people. At about 11:30, the party was in full swing, and there may or may not have been people with or without their shirts on, and possibly some illegal substances. But I don't know that for sure. Me and one of my friends went onto the front porch to escape the large crowd and just chat. The house was in a really nice neighborhood, and I figured the hostess' parents must have been really well off. As my friend smoked a cigarette, the hostess of the party came out front and asked my friend for a cigarette. He said, "I don't have any left, I'm sorry." She replied with, "Well, it's my house and I don't believe you. Just give me one." He tells her again that it's his last one. He doesn't have any more to give her. At this point, she called him a few derogatory names and slammed the door, retreating back into the house, defeated. About 10 minutes later, my friend and I were still outside. We were talking about leaving because the drive was over an hour. My friend was leaning back against the front door, and I was a few feet away facing him. Abruptly, the door opened, and the hostess jumped onto his back and plunged a 6-inch steak knife into his throat and withdrew it just as quickly. She fell off of him and started screaming. He staggered towards me and collapsed to the ground, blood flowing out of his throat like a fountain. I grabbed him by his arms and, without thinking, I dragged him to my car and lifted him into the passenger seat. I screamed for help, but no one came. I put pressure on my now extremely pale and lifeless friend's wound and proceeded to speed away from the house, desperately looking for a hospital sign, pre-smartphone era. As I did 100 miles an hour down a boulevard that had a speed limit of 35, my eyes desperately looked for a clue, but nothing was showing as a sign towards a hospital. Just when I thought all hope was lost, I saw a sign and turned in towards the ER entrance. As we approached the ER ambulance bay, I crashed into some plants because I was going too fast, and we stopped. I pulled my friend out of the car screaming, and staff came outside and took him to the ER. I ran in after him covered in blood, but security stopped me. All I could see through the window of the door that separated the lobby from the ER was my friend's still lifeless body on the table. About 45 minutes went by, and the doctor finally said, "What you did saved your friend's life, but he's still critical. We're sending him to another hospital." The rest of the story is still interesting, but too long to post here. But in summary, my friend survived, and the woman who stabbed him went to jail for 7 years. I'm thankful each and every day that I was able to think quick enough to, quote-unquote, save my friend's life. But you'll never hear me say that I'm a hero. That was truly the scariest thing I've ever witnessed, and I pray that I never have to relive anything like that again. My wife, girlfriend at the time, in the 90s, worked at a hospital that was built in the 1800s. It'd been converted into palliative care at some point. There were modern wings added and another section with low care units, a bit like single-level cabins in a garden setting. That area was for those who were still independent enough to take care of themselves but needed to be close to medical assistance. Some of the original old building remained in use, and it had numerous areas where cold drafts, stubborn doors, and other issues existed. The best one was a door that would lock and then completely unlock itself later, with nobody around to turn the lock. Anyway, my wife got a ride from a neighbor who also worked there, but on Fridays, that lady would finish up at lunch, and my wife would work a full day, so I would go and pick her up, about 40 minutes each way. Because traffic was unpredictable, I always gave myself an hour to get there. I would wait outside the brick cottage used as an office on an old church pew. Some of the older residents from the low care units would wander around the grounds. It was a beautiful rural setting, and they would say hello. After a few weeks, I came to know Ken. He was in his 80s and lived in low care. He had some ongoing issues and would spend days at a time in the hospital and then be back home for a few weeks. He worked out my routine, and each Friday, he'd be sitting on that church pew waiting for me. I enjoyed talking to him. He was full of life experience, and he'd seen and done so much in his younger years. He loved sharing those stories, and I loved listening to them. Ken had a 1980s Toyota Celica. He couldn't drive it anymore, but he didn't want to sell it. When his family came to see him, he'd make them drive him around in it. He would always ask me to take him out for a drive, but I barely knew the man, and I didn't want to drive an unfamiliar car. Besides, I only had 20 minutes or so before I'd be on my way. Ken was an avid golf player. He told me how his son came to visit him once a week, confirmed by my wife. He said they'd go out in the Celica. I assumed they were going to golf. Ken would recount how well he did, telling me about plowing the ball into the rough or scoring 3 birdies in a row. He also kept count of the balls that went into the water. Each week was a different story. Some weeks he would be 3 over once his handicap was taken up. Other times he played really well and was 1 under after handicap. I wasn't into golf myself, but my dad and brother played all the time, so I was familiar with it. His stories were always different and so well told. Once the week's golf game highlights were covered, he'd tell me about his time as a young man in the Air Force and World War II stories. He stayed in the Air Force for many years as a mechanic, becoming a team leader and training instructor for new mechanics. Eventually, he became a trade teacher at a technical college and did that for 10 or so years before retiring. He had stories about machining new parts out of whatever they could to make things work. Failures, funny workshop incidents, and then funny student stories from the college period. A whole lot of entertainment for me. I found myself leaving earlier and earlier on Fridays just so I could spend more time with him. Occasionally I'd turn up and he wouldn't be there, but then my wife would tell me that he's in the hospital for a stint. I actually found myself missing our little chats. About 9 months of this and things changed. This particular Friday seemed like we were back to normal. He wasn't in the hospital anymore, back on the church pew. He recounted the week's golf game. I desperately had to visit the restroom, so I excused myself. When I came back, he was gone. I told my wife, and she said, "Oh, sorry, I forgot to tell you. Ken passed away earlier this week." But I was just there, talking to him, before I went to the toilet. He told me about the golf game. How could that be? Are you sure it's the same Ken? The following week, I noticed his car had moved from the usual spot under the carport to the visitor's parking area. In its place was a large 4-wheel drive with a big trailer on the back, partially loaded with furniture and boxes. It made me stop. It seemed like confirmation he was gone, but I was still hoping he was alive and well. After all, I'd been talking to him a week earlier. I walked down to the unit and found his son cleaning out the contents. I introduced myself. He knew about me. Ken told him about our Friday chats. He confirmed his dad had passed the prior Tuesday. I didn't want to upset him, so I kept quiet about how I'd spoken to him the week before, 3 days after he died. But I now had confirmation that it wasn't the human body of Ken sitting on that church pew talking to me. He went on to say that his dad loved an audience, and he hoped he didn't bore me. Quite the opposite, actually. We spoke for a bit about some of the funny stories he'd shared, that from the Air Force, war stories. I told him how impressed I was that Ken was still so sharp that he could recount each week's golf game. He looked puzzled. "Golf game?" he said. Yes, he would recount in great detail each week's game. He then told me that Ken hadn't played golf in at least 10 years. He used to play professionally with his wife, but that he gave it up a long time ago. I was stunned. His son then explained that he used to pick up Ken each Thursday, go to the cemetery to visit Ken's wife's grave, then onto the cafe for lunch before doing some grocery shopping, topping off the car with fuel, and returning home. A good 4 or 5 hours all up, about how long I would expect him to take for a round of golf. He never once mentioned any of those activities. It amazes me that he could recount so much detail. The golf stories, I guess they had to be past experiences, as the play-by-play detail that he gave, it just couldn't be made up. So anyway, that's my story about Ken. A coworker trauma dumped pretty hard on me today. It came out of nowhere and I navigated it well. I pride myself on holding a good poker face. It's my way to show non-judgment. I believe communication makes the world go round, and I cherish when someone can feel comfortable enough with me to share personal stories of what made them who they are. Today, Friday afternoon, the office is pretty much empty. I've been staring at a computer all day and went to get a cola from the staff lounge. I ran into another woman on my team. We'll call her Z. She smiled, I smiled, and then out of nowhere, she asks if I believe in aliens. I say yes, and we start talking about our theories. She tells me about an article she was reading about the mysterious Area 51. She jokingly says, "Americans are obsessed with aliens." This conversation somehow turns into her telling me some honestly very fascinating information about her Muslim faith. And this turns into her telling me about where she's originally from, and that turns into how she got here. And right in there, that's when I got the unintentional trauma dump, though I don't think she knew she was trauma dumping. In her words, it's all she knew of life at the time. While Z was talking to me, I felt so privileged to be where I am. I'm 40 years old and realized this woman's saying things that I've never heard someone tell me in real life. And I haven't been able to think about anything else for the rest of the day. I'm going to explain this the best I can without trying to get anything wrong. If I do, let this be known. I'm terrible at geography, and I have zero depth or knowledge of the details. I'll do my best to re-trauma dump the trauma dump best I can. Z's family is Muslim, but where she's from, Muslims follow two distinct traditions. You're either Shia or Sunni. These two sectors don't like each other. Z's family was Shia. She lived with her mom, dad, and was the middle of three. Her older brother was 19, she was 16, and her younger sister was 10. Z's dad made computer things and was working with an American company, one that worked for the FBI. Because of his job, Z and her family were always moving around every few years. They had to live secretly, never reveal anything about their dad's real job. Fighting starts in the town that they're staying in. They're given an address and told that a new home will be waiting for them when they arrive. So they picked up their belongings and once again fled for another location in Iraq. After traveling for hours, they make it to their destination and soon find out that their new home is right in the middle of Sunni territory. This is bad for Z's family. I would have never imagined how bad until she told me. So this next part, it's important if you believe in the paranormal, supernatural stuff. I do. But if you don't, this part might not be significant for you. Personally, I was unable to control my jaw almost touching the floor. Z's at the part about her family moving into rival territory, and she asks me if I believe in ghosts. I do, I guess. Never seen one, but I have enough friends with random stories here and there that it would almost be disrespectful to them if I flat out said no. She says they're called jinn there. Her family's house had several, and they primarily tormented the children. Z thinks that they fed off of their fear, that they grew stronger during the months that they had to stay while the Americans tried to find them another location. Most of the days the family spent their time indoors and rarely interacted with the neighbors. There was a constant looming unease that their identities would be discovered. The jinn made themselves known to Z's younger sister Nala first. She was woken up in the middle of the night to the sound of a dog's whimpering. But the family didn't own any animals, and only she heard it. Alone, Nala would go searching for the source. Leaving her room, she walked into the hall believing the dog noises were coming from somewhere down on the first floor. She walks down a long stone hallway towards the stairs, all while the dog's high-pitched yelps are echoing around her. When her foot touches the first step, the whimpering she'd originally heard transformed into a sinister laughter, resonating from the bottom of the empty stairway. Then the laughter abruptly stopped, and Nala stood silent, frozen, at the top of the stairs, trying to make sense of it. The lights had been intentionally left off not to disturb the others sleeping, out of pure ingrained paranoia that someone could break in at any time. But Nala decided to turn on the lights to give one more good look around. But as she's reaching for the switch, disembodied footsteps begin dashing up the stairs towards her. Nala somehow suppressed her scream while running as fast as she could to Z's room. She woke her up in a panic and told her everything. After Z was able to calm Nala down, she got out her flashlight and they searched the house until they were certain that every door was locked and only family was inside. They both slept in Z's room that night. It was a large home with plenty of rooms, but when possible, the family always chose to sleep in the furthest rooms opposite of one another as they could. Even the mother and father would sleep alone in their own rooms of the house. They'd make a bed against the wall that the entry door swung towards, leave it open, and lay as tucked away as possible. I had to ask why. It's because if the unfortunate event of their home being targeted, they'd have a better chance of at least a few of them surviving if they weren't all bunched together like cattle. But exceptions were made when the rest of the family started having experiences of their own with the jinn. Candles randomly lit in the house, and whispers were commonly heard in the night. Z's dad was plagued with night terrors, ones that made it hard for him to sleep. Walking through the house one night, he watched their large living room couch slide at him effortlessly across the floor. It knocked him over, and he hit his head on the ground. I don't remember who found him in the morning, but there was a big pool of blood around him. They all thought that he was dead until he woke up. They also found small footprints, ones that looked like they had walked through the blood and up the wall. It wasn't the dad's blood. He didn't have any open wounds on his head, just a baseball-sized welt above his right eye. After Z's dad was convinced, all of them felt comfortable sharing their stories, hearing whispers, seeing shadows slink from the corners of the room, and misplaced items. These were all commonalities that they experienced. And scorpions. They'd find dozens of scorpions in their home, in their beds, clean laundry, hiding in their sandals. The mom and dad searched every inch of the house for holes or cracks, but nobody knew how the scorpions were getting inside. Apparently, everyone got stung at least once by one of those little devils. Z said that she was stung 4 times, once while she was sleeping. The surge of pain woke her up, and the scorpion, along with its stinger, was hanging off of her face when she sat up. The stinger embedded itself like a fishing hook into her bottom lip. It swelled up real big and stayed like that for over a week, she said. I remember thinking that this was as bad as the story would get, but when Z kept talking, I realized that was just the beginning of her story. I was about to learn how her family got out of there, how they ended up here in America. More specifically, everything that they lost to come here. This part was the trauma. Z told me about the night that her family's location was compromised by their rival, the Sunnis. They had no choice but to flee. The plan was to escape to a new, safer location, but before they could get that far, they were ambushed. She described the scene vividly, how she was sitting in the back seat of the van with her 10-year-old sister and her father. Her mother was up front in the passenger seat, and her older brother was driving. They'd packed whatever they could and left in a hurry, but it wasn't long before chaos surrounded them. Enemy vehicles had them boxed in, leaving no room to turn, no way to escape. Z said that everyone was panicked, talking over each other, yelling, trying to figure out what to do. And then, the first round of gunfire erupted. Bullets rained down on the van, shattering windows, tearing through the metal. She was sure that one of the bullets had hit someone inside the van, but as she looked around frantically, she didn't see any blood. She told me that she barely had time to check if everyone was okay when another round of gunfire ripped through the van. This time, the damage was unmistakable. Z's voice hardly trembled when she described it. She said that she looked over just in time to see her brother's head lose its shape. And that's how she would put it. 1 second it was there, the next it wasn't. She said that she couldn't believe what she was seeing. She looked ahead, and there were his hands, still gripping the steering wheel, as if he were still driving. The van was bumping along the uneven road, and for a moment, she said it almost looked like he was still in control. Of course, she knew better. Her brother was gone, and if they didn't do something fast, they all would be. Z's mother screamed from the front seat. a guttural, heart-wrenching sound as she described it. But there wasn't time to process or to grieve, not for Z. The van swerved violently as the lifeless weight of her brother slumped against the wheel, his foot still pressing the accelerator. The vehicle jolted to the right, narrowly missing a ditch. And Z's father, he lunged forward, reaching for the steering wheel from the back seat. Z remembers him shouting for everyone to hold on, his voice breaking under the strain of the noise. Nala, her sister, clung on to Z, her small hands gripping her arms tightly. Her eyes were wide with terror, her mouth opening and closing like she wanted to scream, but she couldn't find the air to do it. Z said that was one of the hardest parts. She barked for everyone to stay down, yanking her sister towards the floor as another hail of bullets shattered the windows. Shards of glass rained down on them, cutting into their arms and neck. Z barely felt it through the adrenaline. Her father managed to grab the wheel just in time to stop the van from careening into the trees. Z glanced up. She saw her mother, frozen in the passenger seat still, tears streaming down her face as she stared at her son's lifeless body. Z claims that she shouted for her mother to help her father, hoping to snap her out of it, telling her they needed to keep moving. But her mother didn't respond. She just sat there, her hands trembling, gripping the dashboard, staring ahead as if she couldn't bear to look back again. The van jerked violently again as her father struggled to maneuver from the back seat. Z said her father was shouting for help, stating he couldn't do it alone. Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp bang echoed through the van, louder than the gunfire outside. Z turned just in time to see her father clutch his chest and collapse backwards. His body pinned Nala and Z to the floor. She screamed for her father, shoving at his weight. Her voice was breaking as she tried to free her and her sister. She described the van beginning to slow, its once erratic jerk settling into an eerie glide as it lost momentum. Z's eyes darted to the open windshield. Through the haze of dust and shattered glass, the enemy vehicles were closing in. They were out of time. Z knew that she had to act. Her brother was gone. Her father was gone or close to it. Her mother was catatonic. And Nala was too young to understand what was happening, so that just left her. Gritting her teeth, Z wiggled free from under her father's weight and scrambled forward, slipping into the driver's seat. She shoved her brother's body aside as gently as she could, trying not to look at him, or what was left of him. Her hands gripped the blood-slicked steering wheel and she pressed her foot down on the gas pedal. The van roared to life again and lurched forward. Through the shattered rear-view mirror, she could see the enemy vehicles gaining on them. The road ahead was a narrow, winding path. But Z's mind was racing faster than the van. She had no plans, no way out, only the will to survive. And she wasn't going to let her family die here, not like this. She recalls white-knuckling the steering wheel, desperately pushing forward with the battered vehicle, faster than it was meant to go. Behind her, the enemy vehicles were still closing in, their headlights slicing through the dust and the darkness that began to fall. Gunfire rang out again, bullets peppering the van's frame, but Z kept her focus on the road, shouting for her sister Nala to stay down. Glancing back, she could see Nala closed into the tightest ball possible, clutching their father's shirt like a lifeline. Z's mother was still in the passenger seat, still frozen, tears streaming silently down her face. Z's mind was racing, and she had no idea where she was driving to. There was no clear landmarks, no signs of safety ahead, just endless, desolate road, and the sound of death creeping closer. And then, over the chaos, a new sound emerged. At first it was faint, barely audible over the rumble of the van's engine and the sharp crack of gunfire. But as it grew louder, Z recognized it, the low, unmistakable thrum of helicopter blades. She glanced upward toward the shattered windshield, and she saw it. A silhouette against the moonlit sky, its spotlight cutting through the dust. The United States military. Z felt a flicker of hope ignite, but it was quickly overshadowed by fear. The enemy vehicles were still closing in, and there was no guarantee the helicopter crew had seen them. The van jolted violently as another bullet hit the rear tire. The vehicle swerved, and Z fought to keep it steady. She slammed her foot down on the gas pedal, desperate to close the distance between them and the helicopter. Suddenly, a powerful beam of light swept across the road, blinding her for a moment. The helicopter's spotlight had locked onto them. Z says she knew they likely couldn't hear her, but that they were all screaming now, "We're here, we're here." They were praying that they could hear them, see them, waving their arms out the windows, screaming, "Help us." A deafening roar from above as the helicopter opened fire, not at the van, but at the enemy vehicles behind them. Explosions lit up the darkness, and Z risked a glance in the rearview mirror. She saw one of the pursuing vehicles veer off the road, engulfed in flames, while the others skidded to a stop. The road ahead and behind were suddenly clear. The van sputtered and groaned, its damaged tire making it impossible to maintain speed. Z knew that they couldn't go much further, but the helicopter was now directly overhead, its light guiding them like a beacon. She explains that moments later another vehicle appeared on the horizon. This one was marked with the unmistakable insignia of the U.S. military. Z barely had time to register it before the van gave one final lurch and ground to a halt. Armed soldiers poured out of the military vehicle, shouting orders in a mix of English and the local language. Z threw the van into park and stumbled out, dragging Nala with her. Clutching her sister tightly, she urged the soldiers to please help her family, that her father, her mother, were inside the van. The soldiers moved quickly, pulling her parents from the van while others formed a defensive perimeter around them. Z continued to cling on to Nala, and she watched through tear-filled eyes as the soldiers carried her unconscious father and shell-shocked mother to safety. The helicopter continued to circle overhead, its presence a shield against any further attacks. As the vehicle rumbled away, Z finally allowed herself to collapse against the seat, her body shaking with sobs. Nala was clinging to her, burying her face in Z's chest. Her brother was gone, her father was gravely injured, and her family would never be the same. But the rest of them were alive. Against all odds, they had survived. Z said that was the first time in an eternity that she allowed herself to believe that her family might have a future. Again, I don't think Z knew she was trauma dumping. In retrospect, I guess I'm glad she did. The conversation has given me an insane amount of perspective, respect, for things that I didn't really understand before. Above all else, it felt like she really needed to share that chapter of her life. I, on the other hand, know that I'm sharing trauma. So if you don't want to hear it, I'm sorry you read it. Take care. There's a short answer for everything, and to answer this as straightforward as I can, yes, I personally believe that areas of the Nez Perce Reservation are alive with paranormal activity. Just before the pandemic, I matched with a guy named Travis who lived on the reservation. We'd been talking for months, but had only met in person once for a first date. On our second date, Travis picked me up and we went out to dinner, with the plan afterwards being to get sweet snacks and watch a movie at his house. While we were having dinner, Travis asked me if I'm religious. I'm not. I think momentarily that the conversation's going to get preachy, but he followed it up with a secondary question, asking if I believed in ghosts. that I couldn't dismiss so easily. I asked why. He tells me that I seem like a really nice girl and he doesn't want to scare me off. Travis thought it was best to lay it out there because he was going to make a few odd requests of me when we got back to his place. I hold my breath, getting ready for him to quote a 50 Shades of Grey passage, but I'm able to oddly exhale when he says, "My house has been blessed, so it's free from evil entering its walls, but outside, the land is unsafe after dark, I would say, especially for non-native people." I thought he was joking, but he didn't laugh when I uncomfortably giggled across the table. His eyebrows stayed raised as if it was most urgent that I take this information as truth. When we get to the mini-mart, he says, "I just want you to stay in the car. I'll run in and grab all the stuff." I agreed. I was wearing heels and didn't want to do too much getting in and out of the car, so I was happy to oblige to his request. Honestly, all of his upfront, matter-of-fact talking about evil spirits attacking non-native visitors definitely did make him sound crazy, but everything he did besides that little dinner speech, it had been like a modern-day Prince Charming. Travis didn't have a murder-me vibe, more schizophrenic if I had to pinpoint it right there, but not because his stories and theories were so outlandish, just not fathomable for me to invest in. Like when your friend's husband got really into flat earth and he tried to explain it to you at a barbecue. I understand that you understand what you're talking about, but that's as far as my comprehension will bend. Travis was an actual gentleman, though, and I was willing to roll with it, if only to see if he was actually mental. He opens the door for me when we get to his car. The drive was equally as fun as dinner. Travis was easy to talk to, funny. I'd never been to Nez Perce Reservation before. The pavement under our tires changed when we crossed tribal lines. His warning resonated in my head a bit, though I tried not to show how nervous I was. When we got to the mini-mart, we were the only car in the parking lot. Travis locks the doors and runs inside. I'm listening to the radio, texting a friend my location, on the off chance that he does snap. I was distracting my thoughts, forcing myself not to get spooked by the darkness all around. The outside of the mini-mart had one light that worked, and the rest of the road, it was black, aside from a lamppost 100 yards south of where the cars parked. Sitting there is where the first odd occurrence happened. I'm looking down, scrolling through my phone, and I hear 3 rap-tap-taps on the driver's side window. Startled, but thinking it's only Travis needing me to pop the door because his hands are full, I lean over to grab the handle, but just as I'm about to pull, I glance up to see that no one's there. 30 seconds later, Travis walks out with his hands full. He doesn't see that I saw him exit, so he presses his body against the car, balancing the snacks to tap the window. I hear the same rap-tap-tap on the window, but I can see that his hands are full. I lean over to pop open the door out of my pure nerves. I decided that the next moment he sits down that I overreacted. It's amazing how your mind can work against you sometimes. Maybe it's protecting you. I don't know. But I chose to keep quiet about the tapping. We got to his place, which wasn't too far from the mini-mart at all. My nerves had settled a bit from the good laughs in the car on the way, but now that we were parked outside of his place, I felt this urge to run inside as quickly as possible. Then, as if he read my mind, he tells me, "We'll be inside in no time, okay? The light's gonna come on too. I got you." Sure enough, a blinding light shines on as he opens my car door. We run inside the house. Inside did feel much better. For a while, I still just ignored that feeling from earlier, the one that I'd had since we arrived on the reservation, dismissing it as nerves. It was only our second date, but it wasn't all nerves, y'all. It wasn't. After getting the official tour, we decided on setting up a pillow fort for the movie. I was in charge of setting up the snacks and making sure the fort was comfortable enough. Everything was going strong until I realized that this man had nothing to drink. I don't mean like I needed alcohol or something, but all he had was a warm tap. When the man came out of the mini-mart without drinks, I didn't even think twice. Surely he's got something at his house. He was embarrassed and we laughed it off. Oversight on his part, but he was going to make it right. He tells me to stay put, hang out with the cats, and he'll be right back with 2 Dr. Peppers. Honestly, originally I was more upset at the thought of having to leave this lovely sanctuary of pillows, sweets, and cats for whatever was out there, so this new plan was actually okay with me. And then he left, and suddenly I realized I was alone, in a place I didn't know, and all I could think about was that feeling. I guess it's the feeling of being watched, though I'd liken it more to being preyed upon. Eventually, the motion-detected lights shut off. The darker room feeds my paranoia more, so I start flipping on all the lights that he showed me earlier. Surely he'd understand. Finally, I sat down with the cats, and then I heard it. A round of rap-tap-taps on the living room window. It was too soon for Travis to be back. No way. Obviously, I was making myself crazy, so I decided to browse Netflix. We already knew what we were going to watch, but I just wanted noise. I was letting random previews play as I caught in my peripheral a shadow running across the backyard. I turn instantly, but it's just passing out of sight. It was about the height of a tall woman or average height man. Then, rap-tap-taps in the opposite direction, much louder. I couldn't even bring myself to look out that window, but someone had to be out there. If I had have kept the lights off, maybe I wouldn't be this sitting duck, but what can you do? No motion sensor light, so it wasn't Travis. But how is it that whoever was out there didn't trigger it? I was never so desperate for someone to return to their own house. Please, just get here, I kept thinking. Please. Sitting there with his cats, I realized the door isn't locked. I can't in good conscience leave this door unlocked and not lose my mind. In a split second, I decided to jump up and run to the door. I locked it, and as I ran back, I saw something in the backyard again, standing still just for a moment. But as it disappeared, it was as though it was smoke, just dissipating into nothing. Then, the loudest rap-tap-taps yet, radiating off of multiple windows in the house. I watched both cats run in multiple directions, and without any control, I let out a scream that technically I'm proud of, but I didn't know I had it in me. And then I just sorta went to the floor, started scooting backwards until I met a wall and finally a corner. Eventually, the cat stopped running around, so I assumed safety. After a few seconds, I decided to emerge from the corner that I was inhabiting because suddenly it felt silly to be there. I stood up, and I remember thinking that I couldn't believe what had just happened. I thought about everything Travis had said and decided that I needed to believe that I was going to be perfectly fine inside that house. So, I turned off all the lights again because I didn't want whatever was outside to have any sort of advantage looking in there. And then I sat where I originally sat, just waiting for Travis. There's a row of small windows along a section of the living room wall. They were high enough off the ground that they couldn't be reached by someone standing outside without a ladder. It was clear they served as a sort of skylight of sorts, just high enough to let in the light. I was staring out these small windows. It was so dark outside that the night sky was clear and full of stars, until suddenly the view was interrupted by something. The window, it was engulfed in black. I could hear that familiar but much quieter rap-tap-tap on the window. I froze the moment I saw eyes. I shot up at the sound. Once I was standing, I wasn't sure if I was ever going to be able to move again. Whatever was there was gone almost the moment I saw it. It just didn't make any sense. And then I saw headlights, thanking my lucky fucking stars that man returned when he did. The motion-censored lights turned on, and I knew that he'd be inside any moment. I went to unlock the door just as he tried the handle, and I guess I didn't hide my current state too well because he instantly asked, "Oh shit, what happened?" He was asking if I was all right, and I was. I mean, physically, right, but what the fuck? I started from the top. He was attentive the whole time I spoke. It didn't make me feel crazy. And then it kind of clicked that, oh yeah, I bet he felt a little cracked asking me the ghost stuff, telling me all that spooky stuff. Well, I wasn't much of a believer in anything before I met Travis, not really. But I couldn't deny the entire experience. There was too much there to be a coincidence. I was less scared talking about it while having someone there with me. Whatever target was on my back seemed to subside when he came home. We for sure never watched a movie that night. I basically made Travis tell me a bunch of his stories, his own experience, but also the experiences of anyone else. He told me that the shadow and the eyes that I saw, they likely weren't anything evil. He said it was good. Particular and misunderstood, but evil, he didn't think so. He told me the story of why his house was blessed to begin with, but I'll have to save that for another time, mainly because it doesn't involve me, so I'd rather ask him before I share it here. We're still dating over 3 years later and literally live together, so stay tuned. So, if you read my previous story about the Nez Perce Reservation, this is the story of Travis's home. The land Travis now owned had a strange, heavy feel to it, something that made the air thicker and the nights darker. His words. People in town always warned him about it, telling him that it was cursed ground, haunted by the spirit of a woman whose bitterness had seeped into the soil itself. Travis shrugged off the stories as folklore, but he admits that he couldn't shake the odd sensation that he felt whenever he was alone outside, especially near the spot where the old woman's house once stood. The story, as he'd heard it, was that years ago the Nez Perce tribe had leased out portions of the reservation land to local farmers. Most of the land transitioned quietly, but there was one holdout, a widow well into her 70s, who refused to leave her small house on the plot of land that she tended to her whole life. She clung to that ground with conviction, the kind that people found unsettling. They said that she would talk to the land itself, whispering to it at night, calling it her only family. Rumor had it that she was speaking to a dead husband, one whose spirit was still there, watching over her. Eventually, her refusal to leave became more problematic. The land had been promised to farmers, and with the town pushing for her relocation, the tribal leaders reluctantly arranged for her to be moved to a nursing facility where she would be cared for. As they escorted her from the property, she stood outside her home one last time. She cursed the land that she was leaving behind. She vowed that no one who touched the soil would find peace. She deemed this the area surrounding her home as well. It wasn't until she'd been settled in the nursing home that staff there learned some unsettling truth. The woman had never once spoken of any family members in her care interviews, but records later revealed that she'd had a husband, and she'd buried him herself in their backyard over 30 years prior. No one knew how or why the authorities had overlooked this detail, but it was undeniable. These remains were likely what kept pulling her to stay, to not want to leave. The strangest part was the timing. Shortly after her curse, things started happening on that land. Crops planted there would wither inexplicably. Machinery would malfunction. Even the soil itself seemed to shift, making it difficult for anything to grow. Farmers who worked the land reported strange, distorted shadows at dusk, drifting lower over the field. Some claim that they heard a woman whispering. When Travis bought his house, people warned him not to build anything on the eastern side of the property, which is where her house had stood. He laughed it off, though. Superstitions didn't exactly scare him. He'd been raised to be practical, believe in what he could see and touch. But as he started to clear that part of the land for his garden, he uncovered a peculiar-looking stone in the dirt, etched with strange, weathered symbols. It looked old. It gave him pause, and it was something he couldn't shake. That night, Travis couldn't sleep. Shadows seemed to be looming closer in the corners of his room, or just outside, and a low hum filled the air, like a distant chant. As he drifted in and out of restless sleep, he dreamed of her, the woman from the stories, standing at the edge of his bed, staring down at him with hollow, accusing eyes. Her face was pale, expressionless, and then she was angry. Her lips moved, mouthing words that he couldn't hear. The following night, Travis heard something outside his window, a faint, faraway scratching sound. He looked out to see a dark figure, half transparent, moving slowly over the ground where he dug. The figure seemed to dissolve and reform, like smoke caught in a whirlwind. Its shape was vaguely resembling a man, and behind it, he saw her again, her face twisted with rage. Travis remembered the stories he considered old legends. In the afterlife, there's a tribunal, a gathering of spirits who review each other's souls' actions, a reckoning before any soul can move on. Some face their wrongdoings, seeking peace or redemption, but others, those who cannot bear the weight of their sins or simply refuse to leave the world behind, remain trapped, tethered to the physical world. They walk the land, unable to leave, haunting the places where their lives unraveled. Travis abandoned his gardening plans soon after, deciding instead to leave the area that sits east of the house alone. He felt that that's what the woman was telling him. That's what everyone else seemed to be telling him. Was it really so wise to press one's luck, he thought. The space remains maintained but otherwise left alone. Travis feels that there are two spirits there, and I tend to agree. A husband and a wife, both attached to that land for better or for worse, likely both vowing at one point to never leave that place. Of course, he doesn't and didn't really know, and that's why he chose to have his house blessed, understanding that if there is something evil, something unwanted there, he should take precautions. You can never be too careful when dealing with the unknown. I guess for what it's worth, I was terrified the first time I experienced something there, but ultimately, I've always felt really safe inside this home. I don't know what all goes into a blessing, but it would appear that there's nothing trying to harm anyone inside this house. I mean, there is something there. It just seems to prefer the outdoors. Nearly 20 years ago, my friends and I went camping in the backwoods of northern Michigan. The kind of camping where you pick an old dirt road and drive until civilization feels like a distant memory. We were miles and miles from anything. We'd been out there a few days, partying, enjoying the isolation. My friends decided to make a supply run to the nearest town. I stayed behind, figuring they'd be gone for a few hours. Alone, I passed the time drinking beers and starting the fire, enjoying the quiet. About an hour later, the silence was broken by the sound of tires crunching on gravel. A Jeep pulled in, kicking up a cloud of dust, and 3 guys climbed out. At first, they seemed friendly enough. They made small talk about the fire, the weather, the remoteness of the spot. But something about them felt off. Their smiles didn't reach their eyes. Their questions felt pointed. "You out here all by yourself?" one of them asked, glancing around the campsite. I didn't want to lie, but I didn't want to tell them that my friends were gone either. So I kept it vague. They'll be back soon, I said, trying to sound casual. The mood had shifted. They stopped pretending to make small talk and started poking around the campsite. One of them wandered over to the tents, flipping open the flaps without asking. "Got any weed?" he asked, half laughing. Another crouched by the cooler and rummaged through it like he owned the place. "What about cash? You guys bring cash out here?" I stayed seated by the fire, gripping my beer tighter. I wanted to tell them to leave, but I was alone, and there were 3 of them. Confronting them didn't seem like such a good idea. Then their tone turned confrontational. "Come on, man, what are you hiding? No one comes out here empty-handed," one said, stepping closer. The fire crackled between us, but I felt a cold weight settle in my chest. I knew I had to do something. Slowly, I stood up and walked to my tent. Their eyes followed me, sharp and calculating. I came back out with my .22 rifle. I didn't point it at them. I didn't say a word. I just sat back down by the fire with the rifle across my lap and stared at them. The mood changed again, but this time it was fear on their faces. One of them laughed nervously, raising his hands. "Hey man, no need for that. We're just talking." They backed off, but as they climbed into their Jeep, one of them called out, "We'll be back later." The words sent a chill down my spine. As soon as they disappeared down the road, I started tearing down the campsite. I didn't wait for my friends to return. Every tent came down, every cooler and bag got packed. When my friends finally got back, they were confused to see everything packed up. I told them what happened, and their faces went pale. We didn't waste time. We loaded everything into the car, got out of there as fast as we could. I don't know if they really planned on coming back, but I wasn't about to stick around to find out. I was a home health nurse for many years. When we had to see a new patient, we had a ridiculous amount of information to gather. Thankfully, the company gave us new laptops, so it wasn't so bad. This particular patient needed wound care on his foot and IV therapy. When I finally found his house, I pulled into his driveway, sat there for a few minutes. I had that feeling like someone was watching me. I sat there for a couple minutes thinking that I didn't want to go into his house. But I gathered my stuff and went to the door. My patient answered the door and let me in. It was a ranch home with an open concept kitchen, living room, and dining room. My patient was barefoot except his wound dressing. He went into the kitchen to wash his hands as I set up my computer and things at the dining table. I sat with my back to the living room. As I was starting up my laptop, I heard someone in heavy shoes walk down the hallway across the hardwood floors from the bedroom and then stop behind me. I had the feeling that they were standing directly behind me. I turned around to introduce myself, but no one was there. I turned around the other way and still saw no one. I looked around to see if there was a doorway that I hadn't seen. I started to feel like, what the fuck? I know someone was there. I could feel it. My patient was watching me and chuckling. He said, "What's the matter?" I said, "Oh, nothing. I thought I heard someone walk up behind me." He still had a grin on his face and he asked me, "Are you a sensitive?" I said, "Well, kind of. Why?" He said, "Do ghosts bother you? If they do, you don't have to do this." I politely said, "No, I'm okay. Why?" All the while, my patient is still grinning. He said, "We have a ghost. You don't have to be scared. He's friendly, but he does like to screw with people. He also was into computers, so he might be wanting to see what you're doing. He's kind of protective, but I think he'll be okay with you. He's a friend of mine. I rented this place off of him and his wife. He was into construction and was always over here fixing things and hanging out with me. We had a problem with the roof. He was up there 2 years ago fixing it. He'd been up and down ladders all of his life. We don't know what happened, but he lost his balance, getting off the roof onto the ladder, and fell head first onto the driveway. We called 911 and did what we could. They life-flighted him, but they said he was gone when they landed. They kept him on life support until family came into town. I don't think he knows he's dead because he never left. He's still here. We hear him walking around on the roof, in the basement, or in the house. Things move. Tools go missing. He had his heavy work boots on. You can hear him walking real easy. He always said that he wanted to die with his boots on, and he did. While he was talking, I had the strongest feeling of someone in my face, like looking over my shoulder at my computer. I told him this, and he said he was probably just wanting to check out the laptop, see what I was doing. I shrugged my shoulders and said, "Okay, well, let's do this." I was kind of intrigued, so I figured that I would just treat him like any other family member. I could feel him next to me, so strongly. I turned to where I could feel him and introduced myself, explained my laptop, and what I was going to do. As soon as I turned my attention to my patient, it felt like someone kicked my chair on the leg, so hard that it shifted a few inches. My patient laughed and said, "I told you he screws with people." This continued through the whole visit. I never felt threatened during this, but it's not something I wanted to do again. That was the last time I saw that patient. For about 15 years, we lived in rural Claremont on a 15-acre parcel that had East Duffins Creek running through it. This is in Ontario, Canada, just outside of Toronto. It was moral season, so I jumped on my ATV, headed over to the north side of my property, where I found morels in previous years. I hopped off and went for a hike down to the creek and up through some native apple trees. I had to part some cedar branches to get back to my ATV about 25 feet away. When I climbed on the ATV, a full-grown eastern cougar came out of the cedars in the same place I had just walked. Clearly, he had followed me. I was afraid to start the machine, as this would have required me moving one arm and both feet, and I was worried that the movement might trigger him to come after me. We stared at each other for a moment, and then I jumped in the air, yelled boo as loud as possible, and, fortunately, the big cat turned and ran. I went home and called the Ministry of Natural Resources to report the sighting, and they weren't surprised. They said that these eastern cougars are about 150 pounds, follow river corridors, have a hunting area of about 90 square miles, and take a deer a week. 2 months later, my daughter-in-law captured a photo south of Barrie, about 50 kilometers away. It was exciting, but scary. You can see it, just watching. Several years ago, on an exceptionally cold winter night, my husband was working late. This was unusual, and it left me alone in our nearly empty apartment building with our newborn son. Our unit was the only one occupied in the entire building. Everyone else had moved out for renovations, and we were supposed to follow in a few weeks once our new place was ready. It was eerie sometimes, but I'd grown used to it, telling myself it was temporary and I liked the quiet. Our front door had a lock, but it was flimsy, nothing more than a deadbolt that didn't quite latch, leaving a gap that could probably be forced with a hard shove. I'd meant to call the landlord about it, but with the baby, there was always 100 things demanding my attention. Besides, the building's outer downstairs was deadbolted, so I thought that we were safe enough. But that night, as I was settling into the couch and my son cradled in my arms, I heard it, a shuffle. a scrape on the stairs. I froze, heart pounding, every nerve on high alert. I knew my husband wouldn't be home yet. The sound grew louder, coming up the steps slowly, deliberately. The walls of the building were thin, and I could hear every creak of the wood, every breath of movement. And then there was a knock at my door. Not a friendly, quick knock. This was slow and heavy, like someone was testing the door, waiting for a response. I held my breath, instinctively pulling my son closer. The knock came again. This time, a voice accompanied it, muffled but clear enough to send chills down my spine. "Let me in," they said quietly, drawing out each word. "Let me in." I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. My mind was racing. I didn't have my phone immediately on me. It was on the other side of the room. So with my son cradled in my arms, I decided to quickly but quietly make my way there, hoping that he wouldn't stir or make a sound. On my way, there was that voice again, almost irritated and louder this time. "Why won't you just fucking let me in? Why won't you let me in?" The words, the way he said them, they made my bones hurt. I couldn't see him, but I could hear him. He was close, just on the other side of that door. My mind raced through the options, but there weren't very many. I snuck into my son's room. He was still sound asleep. I gently wrapped him in a blanket, placed him in his crib, and then I pressed my back against his door, wedging myself between it and the wall, bracing my feet on the opposite surface. I pushed with all of the strength that I had, hoping I added enough pressure to keep the man out. He wasn't inside, but I knew that front door lock wouldn't keep him out if he tried. I could hear him struggling for the lock. I could hear that he was still talking, but what he was saying I wasn't sure. Probably just more "let me in." I closed my eyes and I was willing myself to stay silent. I decided, you know what, 911. My husband texted me that he had already called 911. I decided in the last minute that I was going to speak loudly. So when they answered, I said, "I need help. Someone's trying to break into my apartment. Please come quickly." I told them, "Yes, I'm on the top floor. Please hurry." The rattling of the doorknob stopped. Silence filled the air, thick and heavy. I wasn't really breathing. After what felt like forever, I heard the man mutter something low and unintelligible, followed by slow, heavy footsteps descending the stairs. I explained to the operator what I heard and what I thought was happening. The operator assured me that they were sending someone, but by the time the police arrived, he was long gone, vanished. When they searched the building, they found nothing. No signs of forced entry downstairs. That's when I remembered. The landlord had been in earlier that day. He must have left the outer door unlocked. The officers offered words of comfort, but I could see the worry in their eyes. I barely slept for the next week, jumping at every creak, every shadow, every sound in the empty building. Even now, years later, I still remember his voice, soft, chilling, etched into my memory like a scar. I can't help but wonder, was it the landlord that I had such little contact with? How else would a random person select the one occupied unit in the entire building? I just hear it still. "Why won't you let me in?" It's chilling. Lifetime Floridian here. I'm a 35-year-old female who spends a great deal of time outdoors. There are several trails near my house, and I know every inch of them. I know where and when I might run into gators, and I avoid them accordingly, most of the time. My favorite trail circles through a wooded pond. and it's been raining a lot, so I haven't gotten to walk there in a while. Yesterday I got there at 6 a.m. so that I could make a lap before work. It was nice, overcast morning, warm, but not hot yet. I figured the gators would still be sleeping in, but that should never stop you from keeping an eye out. As I passed under a close crop of trees, something heavy started moving around in the branches above my head. Leaves and acorns fell all around me. I looked up, expecting to see an iguana or a large bird, but it was an alligator. Definitely over 5 feet long, right above me. I know they can climb trees and fences. I did not, however, realize that they would just chill up there. I'd never seen one do it before then, but you better believe I Googled it later. I don't know why I stood there, watching. It started to move like it was coming down, and I intended to get out of the way. And then, a branch bent too far, and the little monster fell on top of me. I did not handle it with grace. Neither did the gator. We both had a full freak out. The impact knocked me on my back, and for a horrifying moment, the alligator was completely on top of me, but also scrambling to get away. Its feet clawed my thighs, torso, chest, and arms. Thankfully, I was able to protect my face. I tried rolling to get out from under it, but its tail hit me in the ribs, knocking me back again. It felt like a long, drawn-out ordeal, but it probably only lasted a few seconds. It ran back into the water, and I tried to run back to my car, but the pain set in the moment I realized I wasn't in any real danger anymore. My scratches weren't too deep, but they stung. My ribs are what really hurt. It was a struggle to get back to my car, and I almost had to call for help, but I made it, drove myself to the ER. Only as I was walking inside did I notice an awful smell, and I realized the gator had shit all over me. Well, surely that wasn't good for my wounds. Anyway, my wounds were cleaned, and I felt better once my pain meds kicked in. Magical stuff. The x-ray showed 2 of my ribs have hairline fractures, with the dark bruising that had already spread across my torso. I'm lucky it wasn't worse. I thought that I would sound crazy when I told them an alligator fell on me, but apparently I wasn't the first. If this didn't surprise them, I'd really love to hear about the cases that did. I guess it's rare, but I've had a few experiences with spirits. I guess this is just my favorite one. I never met my father-in-law. He passed before I met my husband, Paul. Paul and I were having a hard time. He said that he wanted a divorce. I agreed. That night, his father, Frank, visited me in a dream and begged me not to leave his son. He said Paul needed me, and I needed him. I decided it was just a strange dream and ignored it. The next day at work, I got a call from my husband's boss. Paul had a heart attack and was going to the hospital. I got in my car and sped off. Frank appeared in my car, told me to say out loud that I loved my husband and he would live. I ignored him. At the hospital, I watched as Paul died twice and was shocked back to life each time. Then they wheeled him away to the cath lab. I was sent to a private waiting room, and I knew that they didn't expect my husband to make it. I could see Frank looking at me, sadly, but he wouldn't talk to me. I began crying, and I said, "Please live, my darling husband. I need you. I love you." After a couple of hours, the doctors came in and told me that he had inserted several stents, that my husband's health was iffy. He died once more in the cath lab, but they brought him back. Paul was wheeled to cardiac ICU. I sat by him, told him I loved him. He made it through the night, and the next night, and the next night. Our marriage has been very happy for the past 7 years since that time. Frank peeks in from time to time, but keeps quiet. This happened in a nursing home. I'm not a nurse. My girlfriend was a night shift CNA at a nursing home. My car was having trouble and broke down as I was leaving the lot. I was tired and decided to mess with it in the morning, so I put it in neutral and pushed it into a parking spot. Put it back in park, locked it up, went into the nursing home to sleep in a guest room that they had. During the night, I had to use the bathroom. I walked out into the hall. Luckily, there was a bathroom across the hall. While walking over to it, I heard someone say, "Hey," at the end of the hall. I looked over and I saw a young brunette woman, looked maybe 20 or so years old, in a blue dress, white heels, standing at the end of the hall. She looked like she was from the 50s or 60s. The material of the dress and just the way she looked. Bright red lipstick, not too much makeup, dressed sort of conservatively. I, being half awake, stared for a second and said, "Hey." She said, "What's your name?" I said, "I'm Bud. What's your name?" She said, "My name's Elizabeth." I said, "I gotta go to the bathroom. Please excuse me." She said, "All right. Live well." I said, "You too," and went into the bathroom. When I came out, looked down the hall, she wasn't there, but there were some CNAs at the end of the hall talking. I waved at them, and one of them waved back as I went back to the guest room. Then it hit me. She was a ghost or something. I went out into the back of the nursing home to smoke a cigarette. I sat there wondering about what I had seen. Was it real or was I crazy? I wasn't sure. I finally went back to bed. At 7 a.m., my girlfriend woke me up, and while we were going out to the car, she told me that a resident named Elizabeth had passed away, and that she was a very nice lady. I stopped and stared at her. She said, "What?" I said, "Not to sound weird, but are there any pictures of her when she was younger?" My girlfriend asks, "What? Why?" I said, "Is there?" She looked at me weirdly and said, "Follow me." She led me to the room that this woman had passed away in. There were a few pictures on the table, and one of them gave me chills. I picked it up and looked at it. Sure enough, it was her in the same dress. I turned to my girlfriend and said, "I saw her last night. We greeted each other in the hallway." She said, "Okay. Let's go fix your car." As we walked down the hall, I explained to her that I saw her like she was in that photo, not old but young. She said, "It doesn't surprise me, honestly. I've seen and heard a lot of weird stuff while working here. It's not exactly scary, but it creeped me out for a few days. Still creeps me out. I kept asking myself, why was she trying to talk to me? That question has yet to be answered." This is the most unsettling experience I've had. It doesn't fall into the ghost category, but it's something strange that just makes my brain itch. I'd just gotten home from work. The house was blessedly quiet. My kids were at school and my husband was working late. So I figured I had a couple of hours to myself before the chaos kicked back in. I had just settled onto the couch with a cup of tea, trying to enjoy the rare moment of peace. The TV was on, but I wasn't really watching it, just letting the background noise fill the house. And that's when I heard it. "Mom!" It was faint but clear, the sound of my son's voice coming from upstairs, calling me like he always did when he couldn't find something. My stomach dropped a little, but I shook it off. Maybe he'd gotten home early from school, or maybe I just hadn't noticed the time. "Mom!" The voice came again, a little louder this time. I sighed, set my mug down, and stood up. "I'm coming," I called out, heading up the stairs. "What is it?" But there was no answer. When I reached the top of the stairs, the hallway was empty. All the bedroom doors were closed and no sign of either of the kids. I looked at my watch, and I realized the kids weren't even supposed to be home yet. It wasn't even close to the time that they'd be back from school. I felt my heart pick up pace a bit, but I told myself that I must have just been hearing things. Maybe it was the TV downstairs that I wasn't really paying attention to, or maybe I just imagined it. Too used to hearing them yelling for me every day. Maybe that's what it was. And then I heard it again. "Mom, I'm upstairs." But I was already upstairs, and the voice, it wasn't muffled or distant like it would have been if they were outside. It was right there, just down the hall. My son's voice, clear as day, like he was standing in his room waiting for me. I slowly walked towards his door, every instinct telling me not to, but I had to check, had to make sure I wasn't losing my mind. I opened the door to his room, and it was completely still. His bed was made, the room exactly as we'd left it that morning when I sent him off to school. No sign of him, no sign of anyone. I just started backing out of the room. Even with the TV humming downstairs, the house was so quiet now, suffocatingly quiet. The only sound I could really hear was my own breathing. I turned and walked quickly back downstairs, my hands sort of trembling as I grabbed my phone to check the time again. It was only 2:30. The kids wouldn't be home for another hour. I waited in the kitchen after that, not daring to move or make any sounds. I was just listening to the house, waiting for something, anything, to explain what I'd just heard. But the house stayed silent. When the kids finally came home that afternoon, laughing and talking like they always did, I stood there staring at them, my heart still hammering in my chest. I never told them what happened. I never told anyone. But every now and then, when the house gets quiet, I expect to hear that voice. Luckily, it hasn't happened since. When I was about 16 or 17, I lived near some woods. They were a convenient shortcut to college, so I often walked through them, day or night, without ever feeling unsafe. But one night, that changed. I was walking home from the local pub, decided to take my usual shortcut through the woods. I strolled along, feeling relaxed, not bothered by the darkness around me at all. As I reached the end of the trail, I noticed a woman sitting alone on a bench. I nodded to her as I passed and said, "Good evening." And she slowly lifted her head, gave me a quiet smile, and replied, "And a very good evening to you." And then she started laughing, a strange, eerie laugh. I shrugged it off, assuming that she was just a bit odd, and I continued home. When I got in, both my parents were already in bed. I quietly made myself a cup of tea and sat down to watch some TV, trying to shake off the odd encounter. As I was sitting there, I suddenly looked up and froze. Through the front window, I saw the same woman standing outside, staring right at me. I jumped up, nearly spilling my tea. My heart was literally pounding as I rushed to the front door, flung it open, and shouted, "What the hell are you doing?" But she just stood there, silent, still staring. "Get out of here," I shouted. She finally turned around and walked away, heading back towards the road in the direction of the woods. I watched until she disappeared, and then I locked the door and went to bed, feeling unnerved. The next morning, I went downstairs and found my parents and sister having breakfast. I started telling them about the creepy night, explaining how the woman had followed me from the woods. But then my sister looked at me and said, "Are you serious? I heard you shouting last night, so I looked out my window. You were alone. There was no one there." "Rubbish. She was right outside the window." "Nope," my sister insisted. I watched the whole time. It was just you, yelling at nothing. Since that night, I've avoided the woods. I never saw her again, and honestly, I don't want to. When I was 16 years old, I was walking along a beach with my sister. We weren't in the water, but there was such a strong undertow the sand gave way and started to pull my sister out. I ran into the ocean up to my knees and tried to grab my sister. I was pulled out into the ocean about a fourth a mile. I couldn't swim, and I started to drown. I would fight my way to the surface, and the waves would knock me back underwater. I'd finally given up, was out of strength to pull myself to the surface again. I was about 6 feet underwater. All of a sudden, I saw a surfboard above me. I fought my way to the surface one last time. It was a 10-year-old kid on a surfboard. He said, "Hey kid, want a ride?" He had seen me floundering and came out to try to rescue me. I grabbed onto the surfboard and made it back to shore. Other people had rescued my sister when I got pulled out, though many people kept asking me how I made it back. I kept telling them about the surfer, but nobody had seen a kid surfing or carrying me in. Even the lifeguard on duty told me it was a miracle that I floated back with no help. How did nobody else see him? I still don't know who it was that saved my life. Without a doubt, though, if the 10-year-old kid weren't there at the time, whoever he was, I absolutely would have died. Right there, right then. I used to volunteer at a wildlife sanctuary. I guess I probably shouldn't say which one, but we had a variety of animals, including bears. We had just taken in a grizzly that was born and raised in horrible conditions. Basically, he was a giant, angry bear, and rightfully so. I know some sanctuaries can be not as great as they appear, but the one I worked with was extremely professional. Everyone there truly just wanted the best for the animals. None of them could be released into the wild, so we were all they had. New volunteers weren't even allowed near the animals for the first week, and they weren't allowed to work unsupervised for up to 8 weeks pending performance and previous experience. One day, my supervisor called me to the office and introduced me to a young girl that we'll call Carol. She's going to be my new shadow. We got along fine. She was eager and seemed to have the necessary passion for animals. But she was a bit naive, to the point that it worried me. She believed that she had a sixth sense that allowed her to communicate with animals, that they inherently knew to trust her. I told her even if that were true, she absolutely could not test her theory at the sanctuary. We have plenty of animals that the volunteers can interact with, but we never go into the dangerous cages. There's no working your way up to playing with the lions, for example. At most, we clean their cages after the handlers move them. Carol wanted to pet everything. I caught her sticking her hand into the wolf enclosure while we were on break and had to go full boss mode on her. I hated when they made me do that. Anyway, she apologized and we got back to work. Eventually, we passed by the new grizzly's enclosure, and it was still groggy from being tranquilized. It needed a lot of medical procedures to get healthy again, so it was still pretty rough looking. I knew I made a mistake telling Carol its story as soon as I finished saying it. She wanted to run right in there, but the last thing that poor bear needed was her trying to mess with it while it already felt bad. It had a whole team of professionals trying to help it already. I repeated this to her several times. We managed to get through the rest of our shift with no further incidents, and I left feeling a glimmer of hope that she would do better the next day. I was wrong. When I arrived the following morning, I was pulled into the office and informed that Carol had snuck back into the sanctuary late the previous night. She wanted to keep the bear company in its scary new environment. So she climbed into its enclosure and tried to give it a fish. Sadly, she was mauled for her efforts. Not only did she go into the enclosure, she surprised the bear while it was sleeping. She never stood a chance. A few of the grizzly's handlers were sleeping in a crew cabin nearby, and they were able to get her out. She was then airlifted to the hospital, where she passed away shortly after surgery. That was over 10 years ago, but her death will always haunt me. I quit 2 months later. Being there was just too much. Carol's parents were destroyed, but they didn't blame the sanctuary. They said that she did that kind of thing all the time, and it's always been their worst fear that something like this would happen. I feel like that should make it easier to pass off the responsibility, but it doesn't. This kind of thing is never okay. I shouldn't have believed her when she promised to follow the rules. I should have told my supervisor how much she worried me. Maybe I couldn't have stopped her, but maybe I could have. Upon returning from a morning walk to a campsite where a batch of teens under my care were sleeping under the stars, there was a big guy going from sleeping bag to sleeping bag, lifting the bags and looking in, even managing to unzip one far enough to get a glimpse of underwear. I stepped into sight, cleared my throat loudly. He looked at me, put his hands on a large knife that he was wearing. I was leaning against my car by the door that I'd left open earlier when grabbing my camera, and my .22 was lying on the back seat. I leaned in and pulled it out, then cleared my throat again. The low-life scum actually scoffed and lifted the edge of another sleeping bag. I racked the bolt, which spit around onto the ground. That sound told anyone with a brain that there was now a round in the chamber. He stopped and stared, so I slowly lifted the rifle. He took another step, so I sighted it on him, center of the chest, and said quietly, "Leave." I tracked him as he moved, and he finally got the hint that he really ought to be somewhere else. Several of the kids had actually been awake, watching. They'd asked if I really would have shot him. I could only say, absolutely. For a long time, I actually had nightmares where I did have to shoot him to get him to stop. I now think sometimes when I remember it, if only we'd had cell phones then, I could have gotten a picture of him as well. Guy's a creep. The darker part of me wishes I'd shot him. My dad's a long-haul truck driver, and as much as he'd hoped that I'd follow in his footsteps, I chose a different path and decided to major in finance. This year I had to burst the bubble he'd built around the dream of his little girl one day growing up to drive trucks alongside him. To be fair, I never really gave him a reason to believe I'd go that route. I never showed any interest. On top of that, I had a pretty traumatizing experience, the one and only time I agreed to go on a short trip with him. That was 6 years ago, during my freshman year of high school, and it still haunts me. It was the end of my 8th grade summer when my dad told me he was picking up a shipping container to deliver to Buffalo, New York. He wanted me to come along. At first, I declined, but then he sweetened the deal by offering a trip to New York City afterwards to buy new school clothes. After some quick back and forth in my mind, I agreed, which made him over the moon. My dad's a good guy, but was he the most devoted dad growing up? Not really. His career rarely allowed him to be at home, but we had fun when he was. My mom carried the weight of raising 3 kids on her own for weeks at a time, which brought its own stresses. But somehow, she and their marriage survived. I guess I get it. Society expects you to go out and be the breadwinner, but each time you leave, your child grows a little more without your presence. So, what's a father if he's unable to be a father figure? Or, I guess the same for a mother. Anyways, in my case, my dad's a pretty decent guy named John, and even though he may smell a little like diesel sometimes, I'm still glad that he's my dad. That's why I decided to spend a week of my summer with him. It was early in our trip, maybe the second night on the road. My dad was pulling the truck up a steep incline. The engine struggled with every inch of the climb, and through the black landscape ahead, both of us noticed a soft orange glow just over the hill. I had my window rolled down, and the smell of burning gasoline and rubber filled the cab. My dad slowed the truck even more, pumping the brakes as we prepared for whatever was coming. But before we reached the top of the hill, a woman suddenly ran out from the darkness into our headlights. She was waving her arms and screaming, "My baby is still in the car." My dad stopped the truck in the middle of the road, and we both jumped out, running the last 20 yards up the hill. When we reached the accident, the car was wrapped around a tree and fully engulfed in flames. The fire had already spread to the tree branches above. There was no way that we could have saved the baby. The fire had been raging for a while by the time we got there. When my dad pulled out his phone to call 911, I looked around and realized the woman who had flagged us down was gone. Less than an hour later, fire trucks arrived, and my dad moved the truck. Once the fire was out, they found the remains of 2 people. I'd never really been someone who thought too much about the paranormal, but after that, and to this day, I'm convinced the woman I saw was a ghost. And as sad as it is, I think I do believe when the baby perished in the fire, they were reunited. And that's why the woman disappeared. She had no reason to stay. She had her baby again. A friend of mine actually shared that theory with me a few years later. And it's what I like to believe happened. Still, it doesn't erase the trauma of the night. Even now, the smell of burning rubber instantly takes me back to the passenger seat of my dad's truck. And that, in part, is why I'm majoring in finance. My husband, 2 daughters, dog, and I were camping in 2017. We live in a small city, big town with mountains all around us. So, at the least, we camp once a year, usually without a designated site. Our mountains aren't zoned down to specific or individual spots. This particular time, we pitched a tent in a spot just off the main canyon road. The dog's bed was placed right outside the sleeping section, within the front porch area of the tent, an additional zippered section that was open at this particular time. I'm always awake later than my family, and this night was no different. Middle of the night, at the time of this event, I was sitting inside my car. My dog suddenly starts barking relentlessly. While it didn't cause much alarm as it's not completely out of the ordinary for him, I hopped out to silence him. Our children were only 5 and 1 at the time, so I reacted a bit more quickly to the volume than I would have otherwise. I made it to the tent within 6 to 8 steps and shushed my dog. I then turned my sight in the direction of his determination to see what he was so upset by, with our backs now on the tent's entrance. Directly in front of me, us, standing by the fire pit a mere 10 feet away, a black bear raised his head to make eye contact with me. I immediately froze, started loudly calling my deep sleeper husband's name repeatedly, alternating his name with bear. Only then did I realize the guns were in the car. Fortunately, at the same moment, the bear turned and ran off. Our miniature dachshund thinks he's tough and barks accordingly, and unbelievably manages to scare off animals that he doesn't stand a chance fighting against. I gained 2 memories that night, including the show my husband gave me, a burned image of him flying out of the tent in only his underwear and boots, almost bare naked, if you will. Some people hear this story and think, wow, what a creepy coincidence. Others hear it and think, yeah, that was definitely a spirit. And honestly, some people laugh. But I believe this was my first paranormal experience. Many years ago, when I was around 7 years old, Me and my family were at a cemetery, visiting my grandfather, which we barely did because we lived so far away. It was actually my first visit. He had died when I was 3. By the time we visited the graveyard, it had changed a lot. A lot more people had died, and the graveyard had gotten bigger. It was raining, so I had my umbrella with me. It was small for a child. I was walking around with it to protect myself from the rain. I also remember really liking it. We were there for an hour just searching for my grandfather's grave, but we just couldn't find it. We searched every corner, but it seemed like it wasn't there. So my father wanted us to go home since we had a long drive ahead of us and needed to get back. So I went through the rows of graves back to my family, when suddenly my umbrella got stuck in a bush above one of the graves. I kept pushing and trying to pull it out, but it just wouldn't let go. Since I didn't want to leave the umbrella there, my father came up to me and tried to help. It took a while. I'm not even sure how it got stuck this bad to begin with, but it just wouldn't come out of the plant. When my father finally managed to untangle the umbrella from the bush, he looked up, only to see that the bush was on my grandfather's grave. It really felt like it was supposed to happen. When I was in my early 20s in St. Louis, I lived with my boyfriend. We both worked at a large government agency. We had a large group of friends who would all party together. At one particular party, there were a lot more guys than women. The guys were all playing football, air hockey, and some other games while drinking excessively. I've never been a huge drinker, so I wasn't drinking. I was just hanging out in the kitchen looking at magazines because I found the party to be boring with mostly men playing games. At one point, a guy that I'd seen around town but didn't really know walked into the kitchen and started chatting with me. He said, "Your boyfriend seems to be ignoring you." I told him my boyfriend was really into competition and loved playing in foosball competitions. Then he walked over to me and unexpectedly grabbed me. He picked me up and started walking out the back door. I was kicking and punching him while struggling to get away. Another woman walked into the kitchen at that minute, and I screamed for her to help me. I was frightened, but in shock, since I didn't see it coming. The guy, whose name I didn't know, laughed and told her, "It's okay, we're just playing around. She's fine." The woman ran into the foosball room, grabbed my boyfriend, and told him some guy just carried me out of the house. My boyfriend ran out of the house after us and caught up to us as the man was pushing me into his car. I was still fighting and kicking, but he told me if I didn't shut up, he was going to make me. I was frightened out of my mind. Just as my boyfriend got to the car, the man changed his entire demeanor and said, "Hey man, you were just ignoring her, so I was going to take her to get something to eat." So untrue. My boyfriend quickly analyzed the situation, grabbed my hand, and told the guy, "Hey, I'll take care of her from here." The guy got in his car and drove off. I burst into tears. We went back into the house and called the police. After talking to them on the phone, they said no crime had been committed, and that was it. I have no idea what could have happened to me. Maybe nothing. Maybe something very bad. After that incident, I was always on guard at parties. Actually, I became hypersensitive to my surroundings after that entirely. From that point on, I was always looking to see where the exits were. I always had money and change tucked into a pocket if I had to escape. To this day, I still keep money in my pocket, but I always have my phone with me. I have a tracker on it in case I disappear. My family can track me. I also have a panic button on my home alarm system and cameras that back up to my cloud. Yes, I'm paranoid. Better safe than sorry. When I hear about women at bars or parties getting drugged and assaulted, I realize how lucky I was that I hadn't been drinking, that I had my wits about me. I was also lucky that that other woman saw the situation for what it was and helped me. I also understand after my incident how serial killers grab women, children, and weaker victims right out of public view. It's the element of surprise and not being 100% aware of your surroundings that can put you in the worst danger. So, please stay safe, everyone. When I lived in Alta, we used to explore an old mine all the time. I practically lived in one of the old miners' quarters for a couple of years as we explored that creaky, drafty place and affectionately called it the mine. Creative, I know. If you've ever ridden the lift from the Germania side, you've probably gone right over it, though you'd never know it was there unless someone told you. The place had a history, and stories said that miners who worked those tunnels back in the day never truly left. They lingered, trapped in the darkness, their souls bound to the rock and ore that they spent their lives extracting. I didn't think much of it at first. I don't know if many do. Ghost stories were a dime a dozen in places like Alta, but there was something about those mines that made me feel like the tales weren't just stories. One time while we were poking around one of the deeper shafts, something happened that made me rethink everything I thought I knew about fear. We'd been exploring for hours, our headlamps casting these long, wavering shadows on the walls as we got deeper and deeper into the darkness. The air was thick, but also heavy, with the scent of damp stone and something else, something faint, like the lingering trace of old, forgotten things. We were just about to head back, our curiosity satisfied for the day, when the ground beneath our feet began to tremble. It started as a low rumble, barely noticeable, but quickly grew into something more violent. The walls shuddered, and a deep, echoing groan resonated through the tunnel, as if it were in pain. It was a small earthquake, just enough to send a shiver of fear down our spines, but what followed was worse. As we scrambled to exit, up the shaft, the ceiling above us began to crack and crumble. Before we could react, a section of the tunnel collapsed. It sent a cloud of dust and debris crashing all around us. For a moment, everything went dark. Clearly, our exit had just been covered. I could hear the others coughing and cursing through the sound of muffled, thick layers of dirt. We were trapped, buried underneath a mountain of rock, with only a few feet of space between us and certain death. Panic set in quickly for me, then the others. The weight of the earth pressing down on us was really suffocating. The realization that we might not make it out of here, that hit hard. The total darkness really didn't help much either. But we managed to communicate with each other, find each other. Miraculously, none of us were injured, so we began to dig our way out, each of us taking a section of what we thought was the entrance to the cave. We couldn't believe how much rubble had managed to make its way in front of us in such a small period of time. After a while of tossing rocks, I started to feel a bit hopeless. And then something strange happened. The darkness around us seemed to shift. It began to move in ways that didn't make sense. I was seeing darkness move against darkness. And then I could feel it. Something cold, something alive, brushing against my skin, tugging at my clothes. Maybe I was scared and imagining what I wanted, but I followed the direction of the coldness, looking down at my right leg. I saw the faintest of lights. I told the others to head in my direction. We needed to dig where this new light source was. That's our path out of here. And so we dug like our lives depended on it, which they did, really. The tunnel was unstable, and every movement sent more debris falling down. The hustle was necessary. And eventually, after what felt like hours, we broke through. The first breath of fresh air was like being reborn. the sunlight almost blinding after the darkness of the mine. We emerged, filthy, a little shaken, but very alive. After going through something like that, I think I can safely say that ghosts, or whatever you want to believe they are, aren't the scary ones. Not to me. In this case, that was for sure the earthquake. I've shared this story before. Locals don't like to hear this story. They like to say that we made something angry that day. I don't put a lot of weight into the idea that something might have caused the collapse, other than an earthquake. But I'll admit it's interesting to think about. My fellow nurses and I have seen a spirit-like mist rise from the body as a patient died. Scared the hell out of me the first time. After that, I just accepted that the patient had been released from their suffering. One that stuck with me was when I had a patient suddenly tell me his friend was there, and that he wanted him to come with him. Instead of a human, I saw a mist-like blob at the foot of his bed. The man didn't know that his friend, also horribly burned in the same accident, had died a few minutes before. Naturally, we didn't tell him because we didn't want to make his last hours grief-stricken. I told him if he wanted to go with his friend, it was okay. Minutes later, he did. The two other nurses beside me saw the mist rise, and they seemed to pass through the window together. I didn't use names here, but I'll never forget them. Neither of them were survivable, so we became the last new friends they ever made. We lived in an old home. I wanted to change my room, so I gutted it. It was a large 14 by 16 with a small alcove to the side. Prior to insulation was corn cob husks, old newspapers, and plaster. I had to sleep in the alcove to the side. One night I was woken up between 2 and 4 a.m. There was someone in my room, sitting at the edge of the window fan, looking around the room. I assumed at the time that it was my mother. I assumed she couldn't sleep and was planning the next steps. My mother smoked, and the figure I saw was holding her hand out, like there was an ashtray. The figure was in a gown, and since my mother wore flannel gowns to bed, I was led to the assumption that, it was my mom. I rolled over and fell back asleep. When I woke, I asked my mom whether she had any new ideas after she was in my room. She told me she wasn't. It left me quite unsettled, although the months after bothered me even more. My compulsion to gut the house continued. When my room was somewhat livable with drywall, I moved forward to my brother's 2 bedrooms. They ended up moving in with me in the interim. One night, again between 2 and 4 a.m., I woke. Between my 2 sleeping brothers, on a clothes basket, sat a wiry, friendly woman. She was smiling. She waved at me. My heart started pumping. I tried to call out to wake my brothers. Both slept right through it. She chuckled at me, and then, poof, she was gone. The next month, another night, I woke and found her right next to me. She was sitting on my brother's mattress, and she was looking down at my face. I asked her to go away. She burst out laughing. Her head went spinning in one direction, her body in another. A pattern to her visits started to appear, usually between the 21st and 22nd of the month, usually between 2 and 4 a.m., on rare occasions a little earlier or later. If I awoke, I wouldn't open my eyes. She became irritated, started setting off toys or radios in my room. I took out the batteries, unplugged equipment. Nothing helped. Devices would still go off. I started staying away those nights, not coming home. Finally, My parents moved me to the main level of the house. For me, the visits ended. My parents eventually sold the house to a contractor who tore it down. The contractor put up a new monster of a home, but it still sits on the same property. I still wonder whether she's there, but she seemed limited in spatial movement, so I don't think the new occupants know about her. When I first started working at an assisted living facility with other caregivers, they would warn me about the full moons, how our residents would always act up. I never believed it until I saw it for myself. This isn't exactly what I'm going to write about, but it's something that most night shifters can agree is a real phenomenon. So I figured I'd start with that piece. Anyway, we used to have this resident. She was very spiritual, very cognitively blessed, considering why she was there. She was sharp and only rarely showed her dementia symptoms. One night she came to me, quietly rolling her wheelchair down the hall. She said, "Jessica," in her lovely, timid voice, and I responded in a manner matching her own quietness. She said she needed to talk to me, and I said, "Sure thing." So we went to a secluded area and sat down. She looked me right in the eyes and said, "Lee has the death angel lurking around him." I was shocked. Being a spiritual person myself, I didn't doubt her. Honestly, I was just scared. She could sense my fear and assured me that the death angel was very peaceful, only here to help people cross. After getting it off her chest, she quietly wheeled her way back to her room. I was still slightly in a daze after hearing such a thing, and I tried to forget about it because honestly, it terrified me to know that a powerful entity, it could be lurking around in these very halls. 2 days later, I showed up for my shift, and while the previous staff was giving me the pass down, she said, "Lee isn't with us anymore." There's this cave in New Mexico that I used to visit often, back in the days when I was part of a motion picture film crew. This was before digital photography took over, so we relied on traditional film, which meant lugging around bulky equipment, massive lights with heavy battery packs, the only kind that can light up a space like that. The cave itself was something of a marvel, passages that twisted and turned like a labyrinth. But there was one room, deep inside, a chamber that the locals had warned us about. But you learn over time that locals love to say a lot of things when they realize you're filming in or around their territory. So we shrugged it off at first. It wasn't until we experienced it for ourselves that we understood what they meant. Every time we crossed into that room, something would happen. Call it unsettling or not, but our lights, no matter how powerful, would start to dim and flicker. It wasn't like the batteries were running low. It was more like something was feeding on the energy, draining it deliberately. At first we didn't think much of it other than better bring extra batteries and that maybe it was a quirk of the cave's environment, some natural phenomenon that we couldn't explain. But the more we worked in the cave, the more it felt like something else was there too. Of course, none of us could reason with that, so avoidance became the norm. The first time it happened, we were caught off guard. The lights started to die one by one, and in the dim glow of these failing bulbs, shadows on the walls, taking on shapes that seemed alive, though we weren't moving, nor was our equipment. We had to stumble out of that room in near darkness, the only light coming from the small, weak beams of our flashlights, which were barely enough to guide our steps. After that, we learned to be cautious. We made it a rule, never stop in that room, not even for a moment. We'd move through it quickly without a word. The silence between us was heavy, but I think we were all scared of something. And every time, without fail, As soon as we crossed into that chamber, the lights would start their eerie flickering. There were times when I swear I felt something watching us, presence just out of sight, just spying from the shadows that made up a majority of our surroundings. The hairs on the back of my neck would stand on end. I'd quicken my pace, eager to leave that room. I wasn't the only one who felt it. The others would glance nervously at the walls, their faces like mine, their breaths coming a little faster as we hurried through, like mine. We never spoke about it directly, not in the cave at least. But afterward, when we were safe in the light of day, we'd share a little. Ultimately, we all agreed that it was best not to talk about it. We were all level-headed people, but we knew whatever was in that cave was something best left undisturbed. Eventually, the project ended, and I, for obvious reasons, haven't been back to that cave ever since. But even now, years later, I can still feel the weight of that place. I've never worked on a film, let alone experienced anything in life quite like it. It's a memory that stays with you, one that makes you question what's real. But deep down, I know it wasn't just in our heads. There was something in that cave, maybe even something that didn't want us there. When I was 21, I went on a mother-daughter vacation with my mom to South Carolina. On our last night there, we decided to finish off our rum and coke and relax in the hot tub. Though it was dark, my mom wanted to walk on the beach and feel the waves come up on the shore one last time. As we walk the beach down to the water, my mom's quite a bit ahead of me. And suddenly, I see a group of people taking a nightly stroll. At first, I thought it was innocent. I took my drink with me and was just finishing it off as the group of people came into view. Then I noticed it was a large group of young men, probably mid to late 20s, about a dozen of them. I realized that they were watching me finish my drink, and the beginning of the group had walked a little bit past me and then stopped, while the others remained in front of me, also stopped, meaning I was suddenly surrounded by them. I became very aware of every inch of my skin that my bathing suit was revealing, and I knew that they knew I was drinking. They also thought I was alone, since my mother was down at the waves and far enough away to seem like a third party. I went to walk between what I saw was an opening in the group, but as I did, two of these men touched me, grabbing my sides and shoulders to keep me in the center of their man-made circle. I told them to get off me, not to touch me, and they held their hands up dramatically, as if I was being unreasonable, telling me to calm down, sweetheart. They let me keep walking, but continued circling me as they did, trying to talk to me, while I was focusing on my mother and trying to ignore them. It had only been a few seconds, but it felt much longer. One of the guys then grabs my ass from behind, and at this point I'd had enough. I go to turn around and confront the man, but another grabs my arm, pulling me closer to him, tightly. My back is against his front, and I realize I have no good angle to hit this guy, or a way to escape. So, I scream, as loud as I can. The men only get closer. Suddenly, my mom turns around, and she saw what was happening. I then hear a roaring yell coming from her direction. She's screaming, "Hey, you better get the hell away from her." And she's running towards us. Half of the group is thrown off by the sudden involvement of this woman, but a couple stick around, specifically the guy that wouldn't let me go. He tells the woman to mind her own business. This time, my mom's close enough that she doesn't need to use her words. She grabs one of my arms, pulling me from the man, while simultaneously kicking him right in the balls. He releases me, and as he hit the ground, we quickly stormed off the beach, back to our hotel and hot tub. We told the hotel staff about the men, asking them not to let them in the hotel. I kept glancing over my shoulder at the gates to the beach, expecting them to walk through. If not for my mother, I don't know what they would have attempted. Two years before our 15-year-old daughter, Allie, died in a car accident, I had a dream that she would die in a car accident. In the years since the accident, our life has been turned upside down, but we also have experienced countless events involving Allie that brought us comfort. One night I was playing a word game on my iPad. I began a fresh game and waited for the new tiles to dispense. I was thinking of my daughter. When they did dispense, it stole my breath. There, in a perfect order, were just 3-letter tiles. A-L-Y. Coincidence? I didn't think so. I often dream of Allie where she's sitting by my side, yet I'm the only one who knows she's there. She's invisible to everyone else. She said that it has to be this way for reasons I can't understand. But she's always with us. My husband used to beg for a dream from Allie. He just wanted to be sure his baby girl was okay. One night he got something far more. I remember moaning in my sleep, a deep guttural moan. Only a bereaved mother understands. My husband said he looked at me to make sure I was okay, and in that moment, Allie's face was transposed onto mine. He got his wish. Some people believe after-death contact is evil. How can something that brings so much comfort be evil? It's been 10 years now, and Allie doesn't visit often, but I always know she's there. And that brings tremendous comfort to my broken heart. My father died in 1982 when I was 8. I was an only child and I was daddy's girl. His death wasn't sudden as he was diagnosed with cancer in June and passed away in November. Even at an early age, I knew the permanency of death. My great-grandmother died a year prior to his passing, and my grandmother passed away in June 1982. I was in school when my dad died that morning. I was using the restroom. When I turned to open the stall door, I caught a whiff of Aqua Velva. For those who don't know, it was a popular aftershave in the 70s and 80s, and it has a very distinct odor. Well, that's what my dad wore, and I loved the smell of his cheeks. So when I caught the distinct odor, I was expecting to see him outside the girls' bathroom. I walked out and didn't see him, so I walked down the hallway hoping he was looking for me. When I finally went back to class, my teacher called me up to her desk and informed me that I'd been gone for about 15 minutes. She said, "It's 9:55. You left here at 9:40. I went back to my desk and tried to focus on school. I kept thinking about smelling that odor. At 10:30, my mom came to the classroom and my teacher went out to speak with her. After a while, my teacher came in, quietly got my coat and lunchbox, and walked me into the hallway. I didn't say anything to my mom, and when we got to the stairway landing, I asked if Daddy had died. She turned and stooped down to my eye level, and with tears in her eyes quietly said, "Yes." I asked her when he died, and she replied, "At 9:45. I truly believe that he wanted to let me know that he was there in that bathroom, and it was his time to go. Every so often I'll catch a whiff of Aqua Velva for just a slight second, and I'd like to think that it's my dad checking in on me." After my father died suddenly, I had to clean out his place and dispose of any of his things that we didn't want to keep. In his things was his cell phone. I got all the contacts out of it and turned the phone off for the last time. I put it in a drawer in my office. I spent the first week sort of in shock and planning for the funeral and settling his estate. At one point, I'd wondered why I hadn't felt that he was around me. About 5 minutes later, my phone rang. Caller ID showed it was my dad calling from his cell phone number. What? I just sat there in shock for a couple of rings trying to process it. I answered the phone, and there was nobody there. I rushed from my house to my office, and his phone was still in the drawer, still turned off. It was a couple of days later, and I was still trying to understand what happened. I finally mentioned it to my stepmother, my father's second wife, and she said she got a similar call at the same time on the same day. Too crazy. Hard to explain. My first job was in a small 35-bed psych hospital in California. It used to be a medical facility where surgeries were performed and, of course, people died. A couple stories here, but first off, when I'd work night shift, I'd sometimes get a phone call from the local police station asking if everything was okay. Sure, everything was fine. All the patients are asleep and it was just a normal night. The police then said that they received a 911 call from our hospital. In the extension from where the call was being made was the arts and craft room. Nobody goes in there at night, not even staff. It's always had a creepy vibe. It used to be where surgeries were performed. The caller, identifying herself as Satana, was asking for help. This would happen about once a month or so. Night shift didn't have much staff, so as supervisor, I knew where all my staff was because I would be the one to help relieve them during breaks. I know with 100% certainty that no staff or patients were the ones calling 911. I know it wasn't a patient because psych hospital doors are locked, and to get to that room, a patient would have to cross 3 barriers of passcode-protected doors. Creepy. I thought so. At other times, our PA would turn on randomly, usually after 10 p.m., and you'd hear breathing and beeping machines. None of our equipment beeped. One time in particular, the PA turned on, and you could hear what sounded like a kid speaking, but the content of what he was saying, it couldn't be made out. Then it stopped. Then started again, and then you could hear what sounded like outgoing calls playing through the PA. This was impossible to do, because to activate the PA, you pick up the phone and dial 77. Once you do that, you lose a dial tone and cannot make an outbound call. So anywho, the PA played an outgoing call for hours, yet not a single phone was ringing in the hospital, so we weren't sure what was happening, let alone how. It finally stopped around 6 a.m., and our patients were pissed. Imagine trying to fall asleep to that. To this day, nobody knew how that happened, and the technician we called out at the time thought that we were pranking him. And that's all I've got. I left in 2014, a year prior to leaving. A patient had successfully taken their life, died right in front of me while we tried CPR. He had hung himself in his bedroom, and I wonder if his ghost still roams the halls. Thanks for listening to my stories. I was with my mom when she'd gotten news that my Uncle Jake had gone missing off a boat in the Puget Sound. He had apparently gone overboard and he couldn't swim, so they told us they probably wouldn't find him alive. It had already been almost 2 days. That night, the phone rang. I stayed seated at the kitchen table while my mom answered. Her face went white as a ghost, and then she said in a tone that still worries me to this day, "Who is this?" And the caller hung up. I asked her who it was. She said she didn't know, and that it sounded like my uncle. The only thing that he said before hanging up was, "Help me, Jeannie. Please help me." My mom called her sister-in-law to tell her about the call, but she didn't answer. Later that same evening, she called my mom back, but she wasn't returning the missed call. She was calling to tell my mom they'd found my uncle's body. He'd washed ashore, likely dead for a couple of days. I do believe in phone calls from beyond, and I speak from experience. Early one morning, way back in the landline days, I answered a call from an uncle in New York City who asked in an uncharacteristically quiet tone to speak to my mother. I told him that she had left for work, and he thanked me and hung up without leaving a message. I thought the call was strange, as my uncle was normally loud, very outgoing, and always interested in what was going on with me. A few days later, his wife reported him missing after having not seen him for a few days. Sadly, he had died of a massive heart attack on an NYC street without carrying any ID. It was only through the tireless effort of other relatives and us putting our heads together that he was ever identified. I'm absolutely certain the phone call was after his passing. Perhaps he didn't want to stay unidentified forever. Ever since I was a baby, I saw ghosts. My parents and I lived in a small house in Arizona. My mom would hear and see small children that weren't really there. She would see a tall black figure and a deformed woman. She told me stories about the children, how they would stand and watch her sleep. None of my other sisters experienced anything except my older sister. She would have to sleep with my parents because the boy in the corner was scaring her. My mom remembers one night when I went into their bathroom and was whispering to someone. My mom heard something mumble, and I responded, "I can't reach. I can't see you." There was a window, and it was on the second story. My mom got up and quietly listened and heard something say something along the lines of, "Step up on the sink." She ran in and saw the figure on the wall disappear. She would see the figure watch me when I was a baby. She would see me playing with the children. This continued until we moved out. We lived without seeing anything like that for about a year. After my parents divorced, I moved into an apartment with my dad and remember seeing the figure again. I was around 6 or 7. One night I remember being woken up because I was sleepwalking. My dad heard me mumbling to something, and then something jiggled the lock on the front door. He said I unlocked it and walked out. We lived on the second floor, and the only thing on the outside was a small fence and the stairs. He had to grab me because I was starting to climb the small fence. After that, he put another lock on the door, one I wasn't able to reach. I've always remembered seeing things that my sisters don't, and my mom was the only one who did. During the time in the house before my parents split, my mom would try to protect the house. She put special pouches in our rooms that we weren't supposed to touch. She'd burn candles and had a psychic come into the house and check. And after the divorce, she did the same thing at her apartment, while my dad didn't because he didn't believe her. My mom also went to a different psychic when I was still living in the first house, and before my mom ever said anything about the ghosts and figures, the lady told her to watch me closer. She described me perfectly, told my mom that they were communicating with me, that they wanted something from me, and to watch that tall, black figure the most. So this story is short, but safe to say it creeped the hell out of me, and I still tell it to people ever so often. My nanny, Mom's mom, lived in an older house when I was younger. My family always joked that it was haunted because we always heard bumps and bangs and stuff. Just overall, it gave a creepy vibe. It got to where I wouldn't stay the night over there unless I had to because my parents worked a lot. When I was 15, I was staying at Nanny's and we were in her bathroom, doing something, getting ready for bed. It was just me and Nanny, alone in the house, aside from her older poodle. Rest in peace, Brandy. Best doggo ever. Anyway, out of nowhere, we heard a huge crash coming from the kitchen. We ran in there to find Brandy hiding under the kitchen table, trembling, and her food dishes upside down across the kitchen from where they would normally sit. They were heavy ceramic bowls that sat down and in those metal trays. There was water and food everywhere. At first, we were like, "Brandy, what did you do?" And then we kind of realized that the bowls and the tray weighed more than she did. She was probably 8 pounds or so. Plus, she was pretty old at this point. The stand was also upside down in the middle of the kitchen. No clue what happened that night, but safe to say we were thoroughly freaked out. Other things happened often, like stuff falling off the walls and such. I'm glad she doesn't live there anymore. Growing up, I always had to move from one place to another. There was this apartment in particular that terrified me. I was about 7 or 8 when weird stuff started happening. Basically, things would go missing. Things would get moved, and I'd hear footsteps in the hallways. Once my dad heard someone small running. He thought it was my sister, called out to her, but nobody answered. When he came to check on me and my sister, he found us both fast asleep. We always shared a room. One time, my mom baked a cake at night. I don't know why she decided to bake it at night, but she did. That night, we heard muffled chewing sounds. It wasn't my parents, as they had gone to sleep hours before. Their room was in front of mine, and I would have seen them come out. The next day, we found half the cake was gone. Another time, my dad bought a GPS. He was very happy with it and put it on the table. The next day, it was gone. Me and my sister didn't touch it because my dad was very strict, and we used to be scared of what would happen if we touched it. My mom was home all day, but she's a busy woman and couldn't care less about a GPS. It was gone for a week, and then it was found. One day, my dad called my mom asking her where she found the GPS. It was right where he left it. This freaks me out the most. I had a saint, a paper with a saint on it. We call it a saint here. No matter how many times I got rid of the saint, it always comes back. I ripped it apart so many times. I shredded it, and it always returns to my desk. I no longer live in that house, but every time I walk by it, I get this feeling of dread. It was around mid-May 2008. There was this apartment that I lived in with my ex-fiancé for about a year. I moved in rather quickly with her because when I first met her, she told me that she had so much trouble sleeping alone in her room. And even in a house with 3 other roommates, still, there was always such a feeling of dread whenever night fell. When I first visited her apartment and her roommates, everything on the surface level was quite happy. Everybody was friendly and jovial and welcoming. It wasn't until it got dark outside that they'd all start to get anxious. Patrick would dodge his eyes about the room as if he was seeing something out of the corner of his eye. Melanie would be looking up at the ceiling as if she'd heard an unfamiliar noise clamoring about upstairs. Eventually, somewhere into the night, Cassidy would say something like, "It's here." I never bothered to ask what they were doing or talking about when these things would transpire. I figured it was some sort of house joke of which I was not included. Move-in day was when I started to grasp what was going on. My ex and I were fixing to get to bed when she told me, "Go to the bathroom now, before you fall asleep." "All right, Mom," I joked. "Seriously," she said as she opened her bedroom door and peered down the hallway. "You do not want to walk down that hallway in the middle of the night." I went to the bathroom and finished my business, and for the first time, I got creeped out. I couldn't quite tell, but it seemed almost as if I just knew there was somebody outside the door. Upon watching the bathroom light streak down the hallway after opening the bathroom door, I saw no trace of a person. I turned off the lights and walked down the hallway towards my ex's bedroom. It was eerie. It felt like I was a strange victim of voyeurism. Your hallway is creepy. I jumped into the bed, clinging my arms around my girlfriend, feigning fear. Protect me, please. Don't joke. She got up and locked the door and gave me the most serious stare and said, You'll see. You'll see. I didn't fall asleep immediately. From what I recall, I sort of drifted in and out of sleep. Regardless, I remember somebody walking back and forth through the hallway and up and down the stairs. It happened to be quite irritating. That morning after, my ex and I went out to get breakfast burritos. In the car, I brought up one of her roommates walking all over the apartment into the early hours of the morning. We don't know what it is, she said, nervously clutching her goose-pimpled shoulders. But it's not one of us, she finished saying. I laughed a bit. What is it, like a ghost or something? Maybe. She dead-eye stared at me. Of course, I believed in ghosts to a degree, but I had never really been sure I had ever experienced anything supernatural or paranormal or whatever. I was raised Catholic, though, so it definitely has a presence in my family's beliefs and whatnot. Attempting to fall asleep that night began the same, with abrasive footsteps pacing the hallway and trudging quickly up and down the stairs. It sounded almost like a child bouncing on the floorboards, trying to get as much attention as they possibly could. It was this strange sort of thump, thump, thump. That sand walk from Dune. To me, that's what it sounded like. It was a weird, unrhythmic thumping. What's going on? I asked myself. I squinted at the clock. It was 2:30, and the sounds would never cease. I bounced out of bed, put my ear to the door, and just when the stepping was crossing my ex's door, I quickly opened it, hoping to catch whoever it was. But there was nothing. I peered out into the hallway and I saw nobody. Or it seemed like there was nobody. After a few moments, though, I could tell that there was indeed somebody standing at the very end of the hallway by the bathroom. Shadowed, and not quite shaped right. It was almost as if they were blurry, or as if they had no solid line or definition. It could almost be considered just a black splotch in the corner, perhaps a trick of the light, the way the moon lights the hallway through the windows or something. I shrugged it off and said to myself, well, that's friggin' weird. After that experience, of course, I just had to jazz up my new roommates and eventually ask the question. So, guys, what's up with that hallway upstairs? It's not as if they looked at me as if I was legitimately insane, but rather they looked at me as if I was insane for asking an insane question that held such an easy answer. Eventually, I'd find that perhaps the answer was crazier than the question. When the shadow man sees you in the hallway, Melanie began to say, clutching onto the couch pillow, he just lingers there by our bathroom. And as soon as you leave your room and go into the hallway, he approaches you, Cassidy added with an interruption of, and it gets really cold, and it just feels like death. I found it sort of odd how Melanie referred to the splotch in the hallway as the shadow man, and then referred to the figure as he twice after that. She had given it a gender, an identity, a step away from a personality. After that, Cassidy referred to the figure as it instead of he. So possibly Cassidy was not seeing the same sort of figure as Melanie, or perhaps even me. I thought maybe the apartment complex was haunted due to the prior tenants. But no go. The apartment complex was brand spanking new. My ex-fiancée and her roommates were the first people to move into the apartment. They didn't even have neighbors yet. The second conclusion I came to was that perhaps it was built on one of those creepy, old-timey Native American burial grounds of some sort. But no go. I researched the entirety of the city and anything surrounding it within the city, and the land on which the apartment complex sat was basically, well, just land. Maybe a farm at best, way back in the 30s. It certainly wasn't anything in the records prior to 2008, when the apartment complex was constructed. So I was at a loss. A brand new apartment complex built on absolutely nothing, with no historical significance in a historically insignificant town that has no history of being haunted. "Listen to me," Cassidy daringly said to me, with a tone of begrudgment and maybe a smidge of judgment. "No, just listen to me. Go upstairs and see for yourself." "What? Why?" I nervously stood up and began pacing about the room, peering out the window and watching the sun go down. "You're the new one," my ex said. "You have the most resistance to it." That struck me as an odd thing to say, and at first I thought I'd been dealing with a bunch of overzealous children, afraid of boogie people and other things that go bump in the night. I, of course, said something akin to, "Okay, fine then, I will," and up I went. Charging up the stairs, as if I had not a care in the world, I ascended up into the darkness. I turned the corner, and I stood upon the entrance of the crickety hallway, leering down into the nighttime hallway. And then, there it was, the black spot in the corner of the hallway, darker than the darkness itself. It had no eyes, no face. Yet still, I experienced the unshakable feeling that it was glaring deep down into my soul. Suddenly, almost with a whoosh, the inky cloak of terror was right before me, and the hallway was cold and dreadful. And with a surge of energy, I felt myself almost knocked to my bottom, as if something pushed me down just by running past me, or through me. All I could think to do in that instant moment was careen back down the stairs and freak out in the living room. I was now convinced something weird was upstairs. Afterwards, in the safety of my girlfriend's bed, we both decided not to turn the lights off after the door was locked. So there we lay in bed, holding each other. It wasn't always like this. My ex's goosebumps were emerging from her skin with every new word she broke upon me. "I was happier here," she said. "That is, it was until Patrick came." Rather innocently, I asked her, "What do you mean?" "So, Patrick moved in," she explained. "This black spot showed up. It grew and it grew, like a black hole." That night, she told me that everything was wonderful when it was just the three women who'd initially moved into the apartment. But after Melanie started dating Patrick, and Patrick moved in, well, that's when all of the aura about the house became ominous. Soon after Patrick arrived, there was at first just a bad feeling over the bedroom where he and Melanie slept. Then, as soon as anybody would slip out of their bedroom to use the bathroom, they were met with the black spot in the hallway, with the whoosh, with the cold, and with the dread. What I had not known or noticed about Patrick was that at the time he was an alcoholic, and until my girlfriend mentioned it to me, I never put together how subtly abusive he'd been to Melanie. Apparently Patrick had had many nights in which he'd wake up around 2 or 3 in the morning, drift into the hallway, only to eventually end up cowering in the corner, screaming and yelling, crying. "It's coming to get me! It's coming to get me!" The longer I lingered, living in the apartment, the more I got to know Patrick. To me, It seemed as if the longer he lived there, the bigger and darker the black spot in the corner would grow. It was as if it grew stronger, better, faster, had more gusto. It was as if Patrick's soul had been feeding it, slowly but surely. Oftentimes, he'd want to take me out drinking to the bar. I like my pints, like any good Irish Catholic boy indoctrinated into the church, but I prefer to like the company I keep, and Patrick was not a part of a company I wanted to be around. After a while, I got irritated with the way that he would speak to Melanie and the things that he would say to her. It just kind of irked me. It was inappropriate, abusive, and unnecessary. There were a few times where I'd have to bust into his bedroom and pull Melanie away from him for fear that he'd get rash and do something that would make me just want to annihilate him. It's hard to evict people in the state of California if they pay rent, or even if they don't. They have squatter rights. Yeah, it's a real thing, and it's a pain in the neck. Patrick would drink constantly. He'd steal money or he'd steal things that he thought he could get money from. I caught him a few times, and those few times were awkward and sort of antagonizing. I don't like getting aggro on people, but I don't tolerate abuse, manipulation, and thievery. Consistently, he'd always say, "It's the black spot, making me do it." "Sure, buddy, sure." I'd say something like, "Whatever helps you sleep at night," to him. But he didn't sleep. He was starting to scream and jolt around in the hallway every single dark hour. One of the strangest things I remember seeing there was when Patrick was shoving some books and binders into his backpack as he went down the stairs, and Cassidy was right behind him. And then out of nowhere, she just seemed to lift into the air and fly backwards. It was as if somebody just shoved her with all of the might in the world, and this poor girl, probably a twig at best, just went reeling backwards into the wall. It got weird because I could never see the shadow during the day. It was always more invisible as opposed to shadowy during the course of the day. Then it got weirder because her leg just got raised up, all strange-like. It seemed almost as if she was about to be pulled up the stairs, but suddenly she jerked up and made a strange bellowing sound. I realized immediately the wind has been knocked out of her, and she was trying to catch some air. It got to a point where everybody was on edge all the time, and anybody who didn't live at the house never wanted to come and visit anymore. My ex and I went to different schools at the time. I'd finished a week before her. I had nothing better to do than lounge about and walk around in my pajamas and eat ice cream. You know, priorities. One morning I awoke, and the last thing I remembered is my ex kissing me goodbye before she went to her finals. I took my sweet time unwrapping myself from the burrito of my bedding. I stumbled down the stairs and dove into my ice cream. Wearing just my pajama pants, holding an orangesicle ice cream carton, wielding a spoon. About the time I was enjoying the ice cream the most was the time I noticed the strangeness of the house. How quiet it really was. How empty. There was nobody home. The entire month I'd lived there, this was the first time I'd ever had the house all to myself. Around the time that I realized how quiet and empty it was, and how I had the whole house to myself, was when I started to question if I actually did have the house all to myself. Thump, thump, thump. Again, of course. Thump, thump, thump. I've never heard voices in my head or anything like that. I understand our imaginations can run wild with us and whatnot. No, this was the sound of somebody walking down the stairs. I stood there with my bowl of melting orangesicle ice cream, staring up at the stairway, feeling a bit of a showdown some sort of standoff, waiting for the wildebeest around the corner, just thumping its way down. And I heard it, but I saw nothing, witnessed nothing. And making my way around the corner down the stairwell, still nothing was seen by me, but what I heard was ever present. Then, making its way down the very last step before it was downstairs proper, it just stopped. It stopped, yet I could feel something was glaring at me. A wild wildebeest stampeding me with its eyes only. I was not welcome, that's for sure. I couldn't really move. Definitely I was terrified. Most certainly I was very, very confused. Also, I was curious, and perhaps a bit enraptured. There'd been so much fear revolving around this thing, and I sort of wondered if perhaps I should be feeling sort of sorry for it. And I did. I felt a sort of remorseful feeling that came over me, and I started to tear up. I use the word revolve because a revolution is when something comes into a full circle, finding its point from whence it started. I use this word because the fear started the same place and way it ended. It just came so full friggin' circle. Elliott Smith said something in Division Day. When you don't know what you're looking at, it makes it much harder to tame. Maybe he said take, but that's the best way I can describe it. Still, to this day, I was just in the presence of something I knew not, and because of the unknowing of it all, I was basically terrified. Suddenly, as if the air was being sucked out of me, this big, banging, thumping sound went screaming like a banshee up the stairwell, and I had to put my hands on my knees in a crouch position and regain my breath before I opened the front door and ran outside to my car, where I then proceeded to go to the Walmart parking lot, just to even things out as far as terror goes. I waited until my ex got out of her finals, and then I met her on campus. We went out to dinner that night. We went to stay with her parents for the 2 weeks after that, and shortly after that, we moved out for good. I'm not sure what was going on there with that situation, because as far as Patrick goes, I mean, is it possible that this guy would just bring something around with him? Is it likely he awakened something that lay deep down beneath the emptied out land, something from long, long ago? I often wonder if I'm any different from Patrick. I wonder if I'm capable of carrying around a darkness about me that I could easily unleash into the darkest hallways of unsuspecting, soon-to-be adults just wanting to get some sleep. I often wonder, what if it wanted me? What if I was the target? Around the time that I was about 22 or 23, I was a paid professional stage actor. It was one of the most wonderful gigs I've ever had in my life, with the exception of one experience. The theater building itself was supposedly haunted. I, myself, by now, can sort of confirm that it is. Unless what happened to me was something else that I just straight up cannot ever explain for the rest of my days. To give backstory, the theater building I worked at was a library prior, around the 1920s through the 30s. However, when a young girl was assaulted and murdered and left in the middle of an aisle upstairs, without anybody noticing or hearing, the library was immediately shut down. It was a thing. A few decades went on, and then, around the 1960s, they turned the old library into a round stage theater with a catwalk up by the ceiling. Even before I was cast in the production, I'd already been aware that the theater was supposedly haunted. Of course I was intrigued, but I knew better than to tempt spirits by taunting them or making fun of them. That's just bad juju. So I just sort of ignored the stories and the tall tales of the ghost. The stories were all the same, from the other actors who had worked in the theater building. It's a little girl, they'd all say. She doesn't like women, they'd all say. She has crushes on certain boys, they'd all say. That was the word on the street and in the building. Okay. Now, while being in this production, I had a fellow cast member who was just a bombshell of a woman. Gorgeous, intelligent, a dancer, everything that makes a woman wonderful. A Wonder Woman, if you will. She was almost technically a dwarf. She stood at a whopping 4'9". I don't like using words like tiny or small, but I mean, Jules stands at a whopping 4'9". She's short, you know? Never underestimate that, though. That girl can still kick your ass. Always be wary of tiny dancers, because they have the strength and discipline. Jules and I still talk to this day as friends. She told me once that she was in the women's dressing room, about 20 minutes before curtain. She was sitting down on a chair, combing her hair, looking at herself in the mirror after applying her makeup. And then there was a tug from her long hair that pulled her all the way down from out of her chair onto the floor. To this day, she swears she was the only person in the women's changing room. There was just no explanation for it. No explanation she can come up with. And she's smart and a no-bullshitter. Jules is not a liar, and she does not tolerate fancy stories, so, of course, everyone, myself included, believed her. It was strange. Kodai was this really handsome man who was almost losing his mind because his props and costumes would just disappear out of thin air and were never anywhere to be found. He'd scream and yell before curtain, "I had my bench right here. I had my shoes over there. Why are they gone? I promise you, I didn't move them." Yeah, he would say that every night before curtain. There was this kid, I forget his name, but he played the young boy in the show. And always he would say, every night during intermission, I'm standing backstage, waiting for my cue to walk on stage before the beginning of Act 2. There's a breathing thrust upon the back of my neck, and every single time I turn my head, there's nothing there, and I'm scared. This poor kid was probably about 12 or 13 at best, and to me, well, I was about 23, and to me, it sounded terrifying. Savannah was my scene partner, and she and I had gone to high school together. The camaraderie was already there, so when she told me that she felt terrified to be alone in the theater, I believed her. She had a part of Act 2 where she was required to be on the catwalk to drop a long canvas that was sort of a backdrop visually for a scene. Savannah would get tired, though, and while she would lay there on the catwalk, hoping not to be seen, she'd accidentally start to fall asleep. If she fell asleep, the production would have consequences if the scene change couldn't happen. Every night, she said to me, every night I fall asleep, and then moments before my cue, I hear a little girl's voice say, "Coo, coo, coo, loo, loo, loo." And then I wake up, and I drop the canvas sheet, and I get back downstairs to make sure I get on stage, on time. Every single night this happens. So onward, onto my part of the story, or experience. There was this matinee on a Saturday. After the matinee, we got our dinner break, and the entire cast would go take dinner and converse and enjoy ourselves. We had our 8 o'clock show and another at midnight. I decided to head back to the theater building early so I might pass out on the couch and sleep for a few hours before I had to get back into costume, yada yada. Saying that, it must be made clear that I had the keys to the building and I could open up the theater doors once I approached the theater doors. I was actually trusted enough for that. Perhaps that was a curse within its very own self. Logically, the first task I always presented myself with was to turn on all of the lights around the building, which I did this evening. There was a bathroom downstairs and there was a bathroom upstairs. For an inexplicable reason to me, some thought in my head that I had that I still can't explain to this day. I decided to use the upstairs bathroom, which was located by the costume storage. I had never really used it before, and it does not seem sensical to me. But that was the choice that I had made. I marched up the curling, winding, spiraling stairs built way back in the day. I turned on the lights upstairs and proceeded down the hallway and into the bathroom. And I turned on the bathroom lights. It felt off to me. The air, the energy, the spirit of it all. It was very strange to me. It was unsettling, unnerving, and awkward. I figured it was due to me being completely alone in the theater building, especially at nighttime. Only then did thoughts enter my mind. It's a little girl, they'd all say. She doesn't like women, they'd all say. She has crushes on certain boys, they'd all say. Reasonably, the thoughts put me on edge, and I got super duper nervous, like shivering at a cold chill that was absent from the room. When I had finished with my business, consistently looking back behind me, I opened the bathroom door to find that all of the lights had been shut off. The entirety of the theater was pitch black, with the exception of the bathroom, whereupon I had just turned on the lights. Through that little light protruding from the bathroom, it traced along the hallway, and looking down it, I saw the silhouette of Jules. Ah, I said to myself playfully, she turned off the lights and wants to fool around. I had been feeling tired and sort of wanted to take a nap, but no young man in his right mind turns down the opportunity to get in some frisky action, especially with such an attractive lady insisting. I marked where she was standing in the hallway, and as the door closed behind me and the hallway became breached with complete darkness, I'd already calculated where she was standing. Saying, "Hey you," as I approached where she stood, I put my arms out for an embrace. There was no response, though. There was nothing there. "Oh, I see," I said excitedly. "You want to play games with me?" So I walked further and further down the hallway, putting my hands out in front of me. I realized I'd made it to the costume storage. Racks and racks of old clothes and wardrobe and costumes. Aisles and aisles of them. In the complete darkness, I put my hands here and there, feeling my way around, touching the fabrics that hung on their hangers on the racks. Expecting to find Jules, but it ended up just resulting in more searching. "Where are you?" I asked. "Come on, where are you?" That's when it started to sink in. That's when it hit me. This feeling of being watched, being witnessed, being warned. There was this insatiable amount of dread percolating through my blood vessels. Immediately, I was very, very uncomfortable and scared. That's when the giggle came. Not a laugh, a soft, silly, child-sounding giggle. "Who's there? Who's that?" I asked. A jacket of some sort or something fell off of its hanger and landed on my shoulders, draped around me. I cannot remember if I screamed. I just may have. But I know I ran. Into the dark, into 100 other clothing racks that shook and fell. It took me some time to readjust where I was and to get my bearings and figure out what part of the room I was in. Finally finding the spiral stairway, I ended up completely bombing it, completely failing and just falling down the stairs like a rag doll. After a loud moan from feeling like I had just busted my ribs, I found my footing and ran into a few walls before I finally found the front doors. I burst them open so quickly and I just ran. I didn't care if I left them unlocked. Running down into the parking lot, the whole cast and crew were approaching. There was Jules, along with all of them. There was no way that she was ever in the theater. "Hey," I shouted at her. "Did you just fuck with me?" "What?" She looked at me inquisitively. "No, what are you talking about?" "I thought I saw you in there," I told her, panicking. "You turned off all the lights." The stage manager for the show just looked at me, calmly, plain as day. "Oh, that's just the ghost. If she turns off the lights, it just means she likes you." The entirety of the production prior had led me to no experiences with said ghost, and nothing ever happened after that either. So I grow curious from time to time whenever I ponder upon it. What happened? Was it in my head? A trick of the light? And when I grow more curious, I wonder, why then? When so many others were having these strange experiences and I wasn't, why did it happen then, when I was all alone? It's a little girl. She doesn't like women. She has crushes on certain boys. As flattered as I should have been, to this day, I'm still terrified whenever I think about it. I haven't worked for that theater since that production. The way our house is set up, there's a staircase leading up to the master suite, and it's at a 90-degree angle, no vents. One night, about 2 months ago, my boyfriend was standing at the end of the bed, looking towards the door, which is in a little hallway, so I couldn't see it from the bed. He was weirded out because there was a strong draft coming from under the door, but that's impossible, based on how the staircase is. Then I see him and my cat turn towards the door and react at the same time, looking shocked. And I hear the door creaking open and then slam shut. There was nobody there. Then there was the sound of loud stomping running up and down the stairs. Up and down, up and down, up and down for a good 5 minutes. Nobody was in the house. Every couple of nights for about a week or two, this running and banging up and down the stairs, it happened. It happened so much to the point where we almost got used to it and we'd just try to drown it out. Then it stopped, just as suddenly as it started. There were a few weird little occurrences. Doors opening by themselves, small noises, etc., but nothing crazy. Our back door has a storm door that has a dog door on it, and then there's an actual back door that's solid. The back door leads into a sunroom that's open to our backyard. We leave it open so the dogs can go in and out of the storm door, and around 7-ish at night, we call everyone inside and close the door for the night. Information that's very important for this next encounter is that my Shih Tzu Oatmeal hates going outside and will only go if we are with him. If I put him outside by himself, he claws and barks at the door and squeezes himself between the storm door and the back door. About a month ago, after calling everyone in, I was watching a movie downstairs and my boyfriend was upstairs playing video games. About an hour or so into the movie, I hear scratching at the back door. I think it must be one of our cats, because it's hard for them to get inside from the sunroom. I go to let them in, and it isn't my cat. It's my Shih Tzu, Oatmeal. I pick him up and I love on him and tell him I'm sorry that we locked him out. He growls at me and runs off. Oatmeal is a dick, so I don't think anything about it. About 30 minutes later, My boyfriend comes downstairs, and I tell him that he locked Oatmeal outside when we called the dogs in. He insists that Oatmeal has been upstairs with him this whole time, in his lap, making it hard to play video games. We have a kind of half-joking but mostly serious argument because we both insisted on seeing Oatmeal in 2 different places at once. I shrug it off and think my boyfriend just didn't want to admit that he locked Oatmeal out. No biggie. About 2 weeks ago, I wake up for work and take Oatmeal downstairs with me. I close the bedroom door behind me so that Odie doesn't run back upstairs and bother my boyfriend while he's trying to sleep. I do this pretty much every day. I go to work, come home, and my boyfriend's telling me how Odie got in trouble the night before, after I fell asleep, and said he locked him downstairs as punishment. I'm laughing because my dog is a dick, and I ask him when he decided to soften up and let Odie back in the bedroom, and he very seriously insists he didn't. I tell him that Odie was sleeping by my feet that morning, and I took him downstairs with me. We have another argument, both insisting that he was in 2 different places. About a week ago, we were watching TV, Odie sleeping by my feet as always. It gets late, so we turn everything off and we're laying there watching videos on our phone until we get sleepy. I feel something climb up in between us and circle a few times before settling against my back. I can feel my boyfriend petting it. I thought it was a little weird because I could still feel Odie at my feet, and my cat usually lays on top of me. He insists on being on top of me, and he'll climb back if I push him off. But I just assumed it's my cat anyway, because why would it be anything else? About 5 minutes later, I hear Oatmeal's growl come from in between me and him. My boyfriend hurries to turn on the light as something runs off the bed. Oatmeal is sleeping soundly by my feet, and my cat is sleeping in a chair across the room. My boyfriend throws himself out of bed and starts searching the entire room in a panic, going through the bathroom cabinets, the dirty laundry, under the bed. He literally had a gun and a flashlight and is hunting the room, panicked. He says that he was petting what he thought was Oatmeal, but when he got to his head, it was completely hairless, and it growled and tried to bite him, and then ran off. We were up for hours before finally falling asleep with the lights on. At this point, I'm convinced it's not a ghost problem, but some sort of skinwalker or doppelganger monster plaguing this house. Over the next few days, we heard some strange noises and little things, but nothing huge. We talked to some people and decided to try and cleanse the house. So we were going to the metaphysical store to get supplies. As we're getting ourselves together, I hear 3 knocks come from the top of the stairs. I ask my boyfriend if he heard them, and then there were 3 more knocks, this time louder and more separated, more deliberate. Knock, knock, knock. We leave the house. When we get back, we decided to leave the stuff in the car until we're prepared enough to do what we need to do, because we didn't want to make whatever this thing was angry. But I did bring in a worry stone I got. I used to have one from when I went to Ireland. I'd carry it in my pocket, but I lost it. I put the worry stone in my nightstand drawer. We spent the evening downstairs. All of the animals were downstairs with us, and the bedroom door was shut. A few hours later, I go upstairs to shower, and I notice something sitting in my cat's water fountain. It's my worry stone. My stomach fucking dropped. So then the next night, we're at dinner with my boyfriend's mom, and she's telling me about all this weird stuff in the house that I didn't know about, including a mailbox in the wall in the downstairs closet. She says she assumed they used it to hide money, which I think is odd, but I decided to entertain that possibility until I actually went home and saw the mailbox. It's a tiny, bright red mailbox. They cut a hole and anchored it into the closet. The back of the mailbox is gone, and it opens into a crawl space between the wall and the back of the fireplace. There's a string in the mailbox that lowers into the cavity. Why would someone hide money in there? It's so obvious. Even if they were, why the string? Once you've found the mailbox, you've found the string. If the money falls out of the string, you have to cut the wall open to retrieve it. I made him cut a hole at the bottom of the wall, but we didn't find anything back there. Whatever they were lowering into the wall is long gone. This mailbox gives me the heebie-jeebies, but I decide to leave it alone. The next day, I'm at work, and I'm telling my coworker about the strange, tiny mailbox, and a pair of my grooming shears is thrown onto the floor from my shear holder, in front of both of us. We caught it on a security camera. My coworker was so freaked out, she had the manager go review the footage. I did close a drawer before the shears fell. I've tried to recreate it, but I couldn't. They're soft closed drawers. I tried physically shaking the station, and even like body slamming it, trying to make my shears fall, but couldn't. At the exact same time this is happening, my boyfriend calls me from home and tells me that everything's okay, but something tried to catch the house on fire. He had been burning his mom's old tax documents for the last few days. It was about 10 years worth of paperwork, and it's hot here in Texas, so he split it up. He'd been burning the last batch. He went upstairs to grab something, came down, and something closed the flue, and the house was filling up with smoke. He had to extinguish the fire, which was reaching out of the fireplace. He had to evacuate the animals and air the house out. It's been like 3 days, and it still smells smoky in here. Again, little occurrences happen, lots of weird noises, doors opening, closing, hearing walking upstairs. Keep in mind, we have been sleeping with the lights on. I refuse to be in the house alone. Then last night, around 2 a.m., we're both awake and decide to go downstairs, grab a snack, and let the dogs out. My boyfriend is outside with the dogs, and I hear clear as day, loud thumping footsteps in our room, upstairs. I go outside. Then we both come back in, and we're on the couch, and the light in the dining room is flickering. I ask him if he noticed. He tells me that it started flickering when I got home. He tells me that's how he knew I was home and met me down in my car earlier that day. He said it hadn't flickered all day until I got home. And now that we were talking about it, the flickering got worse. On and off, on and off, on and off. We decided to turn the lights off and go back upstairs. Then upstairs in our bathroom, the light bulb in our wax melter bursts mysteriously. He goes downstairs to the laundry room, and our laundry room light all of a sudden won't turn on, when it was just on less than 30 minutes ago. He comes back upstairs. We lock our bedroom door and try our best to go to bed. This morning, all the lights are working fine until I'm out in my craft shed, where the electricity starts going on and off, randomly. Everything all at once, like the breaker was being switched back and forth, and then it just stops. After a few days of flickering lights, strange noises, doors opening, closing, we cleansed and salted the property. Here's to hoping this is the end of it. It would be nice to be able to sleep with the lights off again. Since using a Ouija board, I've had extreme sleep paralysis and objects moving. Firstly, I need to say I'm not sure how I feel about the paranormal. I've had a lot of experiences, but I've tried to believe that it's not real, due to being scared to believe in it 100%. I'm a 23-year-old female, and when I was a child, I saw a lot of stuff. I had a music box that would regularly play for me, without twisting it, which was given to me by my dead grandma. Also, my brother was sleeping one day on the top bunk, and a book somehow fell on his face. Yet, there was no bookshelf or anything around or above him, so it must have been thrown or something. He also said that he saw a dead girl on top of his wardrobe when he woke up screaming one night. He must have been around 6 years old. When I was a young girl, I had a China doll that my mom won from the fair. Sounds typical, I know. One day I woke up, and the China doll was on my chest, when I knew that I'd put it at the end of the bed, on the dresser. So, my brother and I smashed it up. We were traumatized. I was so scared by all of the stuff that had happened, I had to see a counselor. Because I was petrified, I forgot to mention, I also heard a scream from under my bed. And one day, me and my brother slept in the living room, and we heard heavy breathing. We both held our breath and realized it was something else. We ran upstairs into our parents' room. Also, I'm not sure if this is relevant or helps, but we have traveler's blood in our family. My mom's mom was a witch and did readings or something. Unfortunately, she turned into an alcoholic, so my mom was adopted as a very young baby. So she doesn't know much about her, and she was brought up differently. We're not travelers or anything. I could write an entire post about this, but my mom was literally able to predict her stepmom's death and has dreams about accidents that have happened. The other day, she dreamt someone wearing red got hit by a scooter. And that same day, we drove past a serious scooter accident where the injured was wearing a red top, just like she dreamt about. Also, if she's ever cursed people, they've died, so she doesn't do that anymore. I've had dreams and have started to predict things lately too, but I like to think that all of this is just coincidence. However, lately, I'm questioning that belief. Anyways, a few years ago when I was 18, I decided to try using a Ouija board in my house with my brother and with my mom's permission. We didn't do it for long, and I know it was stupid. Apparently we got through to something, and it said that it had been watching me since I was a child. But I just assumed my brother was playing a prank on me, so we stopped. I kid you not. That same week, I started getting sleep paralysis, and for 4 years, I get it almost every day. When I get sleep paralysis, it feels like it's something evil, usually the same thing or multiple different things. 60% of the time, I'm being touched or assaulted. It also whispers things to me, and it can be really horrible or sometimes really nice. I wake up drenched in sweat because it can be that scary. I feel it's taken a toll on my mental health, my overall sleep. Also, when I've seen it, it looks like a long, tall, black figure with long nails. I'm writing this post because the other day, not only did I have sleep paralysis, but I awakened to my chandelier moving, and it freaked the shit out of me. I had no windows open or anything, so what the fuck was that? Also, I've woken up to hearing other things move. If I've invited something into my house, or I've had something attached to me all of my life, how do I get rid of it? I'm scared. What should I do? I drive this same back road in town a lot. Never had anything unusual happen on this drive until several months ago, February 2021. I was driving to pick my girlfriend up from work like I do every day. From our apartment, I prefer to take the back road I mentioned earlier. The road is shaded by tree canopies, and there's like these hidden driveways that lead to some real beautiful houses and farms. I'm not much of a car person, but one of the houses on that street has a really nice classic car, like 1930s. It's parked, always, in the driveway. Pretty sure they never take the thing out at all. It's almost white or eggshell, and its tires are white and black, like none I've ever seen. Usually I sort of slow down as I drive by, if I can remember that it's coming up, just to look at the thing for a while. My girl feels the same way. Well, one moment I'm driving, passing the house, and I turn to look up at the car, which is sitting in the driveway. Now out of the corner of my eye, I see what looks like headlights coming right for me. I turn, and sure enough, the same car sitting in that driveway is headed right for me on the road. I immediately pull to the right, slamming on my brakes and looking in the rear view to see this car that almost killed me. But there's no car. The road stretches long and there's no car in sight. I literally get out of my car and I run across the street to the house with the fancy car. It's still in the driveway. The road, the neighborhood, everything is completely quiet. I literally have no idea what just happened, and so I get back into the car and I take off to pick up my girlfriend. The rest of the way, I'm just replaying the thing in my head. By the time I see my girlfriend, she's already suspicious that I'm pretty distracted. So after hearing about her day, she asks about me, basically saying, "What's up?" I tell her what happened, and she's super spooked by the story, asking me to be serious. And when she's convinced that I am being serious, she tells me that we need to find out who owns that car. We need the story. I wasn't sure how we were going to do that or why it would matter. But my girlfriend is one of those people who just feels things, if that makes sense. Like when she makes moves on anything, she's usually right about the outcome. We joke often that she's some sort of witch or something. So anyways, we decide to stop by the house with the car. It's about 6:30 p.m. and I'm going on about how they're probably eating dinner, and she tells me they're definitely not. We ring the doorbell, and to the front door comes a woman who's dressed in a nursing outfit. She's asking if she can help us. Before I can say anything, my girlfriend asks, "That car, are you the owner? It's beautiful." The nurse introduces herself as Mary, I think, and tells us the car belongs to her boss. She says it actually belonged to her boss's husband, but he's since passed away. I can't remember the name she gave or if I would even post it here, but she tells us the wife, her boss, can't drive, so the car just sits there. She says that every time they've tried to sell the car, it just wouldn't start. Only when no buyers were around did the car start up perfectly fine. She says sometimes she swears she hears the car pulling up the driveway, only to look out the window and see it's just parked where it usually is. Funny car, she said. I wasn't sure about funny, but it was interesting. We thanked the woman for her time and headed back to our car. I was sort of awestruck that something came of this little pit stop we'd made. My girlfriend just smiled and told me, "That man definitely tried to run you off the road." I asked why in the heck he would want to do that, and she told me, "It's your infatuation with that car. You slow down to look at it almost every day. I think you made him nervous." Nervous? Well, he almost killed me or whatever, so I don't know about that guy. Maybe he's not so nice.
And his car, as nice as it is, it's definitely haunted.